Okay, I think we're ready to get started. Once Director Green is done talking. All right, we're gonna gavel in. Thank you everybody for your patience tonight. One of the things we want to make sure the screen is set up and there's audio out there, but they weren't sure the audio was going to be loud enough until we started the meeting. So we're starting the meeting, and as we start, we're going to get our folks to run out and make sure that it is loud enough that folks outside can hear. So there may be a little bit of additional pause, but hopefully not. So this public meeting of the Board of Education for May 23rd, 2023 is called to order. All items being considered this evening are posted on the PPS website under the Board and Meetings tabs. The meeting's being streamed live on PPS TV Services website and on Channel 28, and will be replayed throughout the next 2 weeks. You can check the district website for replay times. So good evening and welcome, everyone. As you can tell tonight, we have a very full house as well as a full agenda. We will be approving the budget for the 2023-24 school year, as well as hearing the vision for the Center for Black Student Excellence, which is a result of hundreds of hours of community engagement. We're also going to be voting on the construction contract to modernize Jefferson High School. So as a reminder, if we could please make sure to keep the walkways and aisles clear and be considerate of those around you, that would be great. And placards towards the back, thank you. You're already doing that. I really appreciate that. And again, we've got some safety folks who are just looking around. We'll let you know if we need anyone else to step outside, but hopefully I really appreciate President Bonilla, and I appreciate the folks watching outside, and then again, we'll cycle people through as needed. With that, and Student Representative McMahon, did you know we're starting with your report tonight? Surprise, surprise, we are starting with your student report tonight, and so
oh my gosh.
I'll give you a second, I'll vamp for a
Save the
second
best
while
for
you
first.
get it ready, but
Oh no, I'm always ready. I'm
then
always ready.
Please, take it away.
Okay, well, I have to start by saying this is how a board meeting is supposed to feel. Everyone is supposed to be here. And I absolutely love to see so many people in the audience, see that so many people care about this issue, because I have been in so many board meetings where we do not have this, such amazing showing out of all of our community, and I think that it's so great that we get to see that. I also just want to give a shout out, since this is such a full room, to some amazing people who are here to watch tonight's meeting. Obviously, to all our PAT supporters and our family out there, thank you so much for being here. District Student Council is sitting out in full force up in this front row, so thank you to the students. And also, good friend of mine, Danny Cage, just got elected at 18 years old to MESU School Board, so we are so excited to see students showing up. All right, so I'm sure a lot of us in the room know what happened at the last time our Board of Education met for our special session, and I just wanted to kind of capitalize off the energy that I think was gained from that. And so I wanted to focus my comments on what was talked about at that last meeting. Now, I'd like to start by saying I think of myself as a very trusting person. And more than that, I think it's really important that we give everyone the benefit of the doubt. Before I start my comments, which I will definitely admit are critical, I want to say that I have found Director Green to always be an individual passionate about his job. Moreover, someone who is always there to aid and protect Black students who have systematically been forgotten by public school. And so I want to commend him for that work and know that we are not all defined by one comment, no matter how starkly I disagree with said comment. And I think it's important to know that the people that are on this school board are here for students, and Director Green is here really for Black kids. And that is so, so, so important. So, though his comments are very much different than my personal beliefs, and as many people in this audience have informed me, are actually scientifically incorrect, I'll be the first to stand in his defense, because I know that you'll use this as an opportunity to look back on your work, to reflect on the power of students, and at the very least, feel the burn of students and those who support them. And beyond that, I just want to talk about how focusing on demonizing a single sometimes stops us from looking at the bigger picture. Because I guarantee you, though not everyone agrees with those comments, there are many people that agree and at some level believe in the inferiority of students compared to adults. And really, those comments speak to what is a broader culture of systematically ignoring student voices. It happens every day, and it happens in every level of government, whether that be in education itself, whether that be in the state or national government. And so, Though I think many of us disagree with Director Green, I hope that we can do more than just criticize him in this moment. I hope that we don't content ourselves with throwing stones and just being angry. Because to simply be angry at someone is not a proxy for listening to student voices. We have to listen to them, and moreover, we have to focus on what we do. I'm a student, but there are things that I do, actions that I take that quiet other students' voices. And so if we don't use this opportunity to also examine our own actions, to listen to students and understand how we belittle them in whatever we're doing, and when we decide to put our voices over theirs, when we use excuses, whether that's brain development or simply a different opinion, to silence others. We have a wonderful community, and this showing is more than I could ever ask for. But we also have to use all this momentum, all this feeling, all this emotion to look back on what we do and also to make sure that we're addressing systematic issues. Your energy means the world, and I really hope we don't stop here. And since I get to start off tonight, I also just want to say, let's keep police out of schools, okay, everyone?
Thank you, Student Representative McMahon. Any board members have any thoughts on that? Just asking.
I just want to say right on, Representative McMahon, and one decision that was made by the school district in the last week was to put off our adoption of a social studies curriculum, to give a little break in terms of the number of adoptions that have been happening. And to me, I think that offers a really great opportunity for intense student engagement in that adoption process and that curriculum process. So I want to really encourage the DSC to engage in that and make sure that we use it as an opportunity to get a lot more student voice, because it's a perfect place for students to weigh in.
I just want to thank you for your comments. I'm going to miss working with you. And I'm really glad to see so many youth in the audience. And Next Up is here. And yes, thank you.
Thank you, Student Representative McMahon. And all of our student representatives since I've been on the board are amazing, every single one of them. But we are really going to miss you on this board and the voice that you brought. So, but we still have another meeting. And
we have Frankie on the
after
way.
this one. And again, we're all good. Next up, we're going to turn to public comment. And so let me just review the guidelines quickly for public comment. So first, thank you for taking the time to attend the meeting, providing your comments. That input really informs and improves our work, and we look forward to hearing from folks who came today to provide comment. The board office may follow up on board-related issues that are raised during public testimony. We do request that complaints about individual employees be directed to the superintendent's office as a personal matter or dealt with by the board in an executive session. And I just want to take a second on that one, just to reiterate the reason, because I know there's been some comment or thought that we're trying to somehow censor people, and I want to be really clear. It's not the goal. People can come up here and testify on whatever they want. The reason why we ask personnel issues to be either taken in executive session or refer to the superintendent is actually to protect the employees, and that includes all employees. That includes administrators, it includes teachers, it includes custodians, it includes nutrition service workers, that anyone can come and testify about the work that any of you do. And I think one of the things that, to the extent that there are legitimate complaints about employees of this district, we need to make sure that we address them and take them seriously. There are also sometimes not legitimate complaints. And I think one of the reasons we have this, and I'm going to say policy, it's really just a norm, to be really clear, is to protect employees from potentially false allegations. And I mean, I get complaints about employees in the district all the time. I forward them to the appropriate place. So that said, I'm not going to shut anyone down tonight who wants to do that. I am going to ask, though, if we can, the more we can retain that norm, I think the more it helps all of the employees of the district as we move forward. Finally, if you have any additional materials or items you'd like to provide to the board or superintendent, we ask you email them to publiccomment@pps.net. Again, publiccomment@pps.net. When you begin your comments, if you could clearly state your name and spell your last name, and then you'll have 3 minutes to speak, and you'll hear a sound after 3 minutes, and if you could just wrap up your thought, that would be excellent. Ms. Bradshaw, I know we've got some students signed up for public comment tonight. We'll start with them.
Yes. Jude Klum.
You can take a seat anywhere, either one of those would be great. Thank you so much for being here tonight. Go ahead and start whenever you're ready.
Okay,
do I just click this to, okay, cool. Hi, my name is Jude Klum. I'm a 5th grader at Beach Elementary School. It's an honor to appear before the school board. If you told 4th grade me that he would appear before the school board, he would have laughed in my face. But now I appear before you to explain how REAP has impacted me, my opinion on some of the school policies, and ask that I believe would benefit the next wave of leaders for the future now. REAP helped me connect and form stronger relationships with my peers, especially those in other grade levels. I usually do not feel comfortable speaking in front of crowds. Already this year, I have emceed a school-wide Black History Assembly. REAP gave me the courage to use my voice and keep moving forward, and I'm grateful for that. Youth voice is important to me because our perspective is our own. No other generation has endured COVID-19 and been stuck in the house for 2 years with virtual schooling. Only our voice can tell our story. REAP has helped me with self-advocacy and encouraged me to be more mature in problem-solving and empathizing with my peers, which proved valuable in assessing my friend through a family passing that happened earlier this year. REAP is about youth leadership. Youth leadership is important because it gives them a light into the future. I have a sister who is running for REAP president, and this has inspired her desire toward entrepreneurship. REAP is a place for inspiration and a hub of opportunities. Once again, thank you for your time. May I ask that the district get more smaller classroom sizes throughout our staff? For our staff and to extend REAP in more elementary schools throughout PPS. Good night.
Did you say you have a hard time speaking in front of crowds? Is that what I heard you say?
Amazing.
Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Marlo Millis.
Is this working? Yep. Okay. Hi, my name is Marla Millis. I am a 5th grader at Beach Elementary who may only be 11, but my voice is as powerful as anyone else's in the world. It is a privilege to be here today to talk about REAP's impact on me and how it could impact others if it was spread abroad within the district and eventually throughout the globe. REAP has impacted me by giving me more confidence to be who I am. For me, REAP is my home away from home, a place where I can be myself. REAP has ignited my passion to serve within my community and engaged me in opportunities to use my voice to advocate for those who don't have the courage to make a stand. At the Young Women of Purpose event, I got the privilege to hear other women speak about the journey to create themselves. And at one point, I imagined that could be me, because REAP has impacted me that same way. Being a help elevates my leadership. To me, REAP feels like a family. We come together as one to empower each other to be the solutions we want to see in the world. Although school is a place where we should all feel safe and welcome, I do see many levels of disrespect in my past year at Beach. I believe students are struggling with mistreatment based on their disability to be like everyone else, which other students think is the right way to be. I believe that it is important to stand out from the crowd and to be who your heart tells you to be. And I think that teachers and staff could stress that more to students, and things may get better for the many others who want it to get better. Youth leadership is important because it could make kids a better leader in their adult lives, and that could affect how they are as people in the future. Someday, I want to make a difference in the world and be a better person to all. I think that's what kids look for when they join REAP. So I want to make that happen for everyone by expanding REAP to more schools throughout PPS and adding more staff so we can hold students accountable and support our current staff. I truly believe that the Portland Public Schools School District can improve itself upon these certain situations to make a better environment for students, teachers, and staff. Thank you to the Portland Public Schools Board for listening to me tonight.
Gloria Yucan Vera.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Gloria Cambera, and I'm a REAP student at Montero Middle School. As a sixth grader, I'm here to talk about my experience with REAP and why it should be in elementary and high school connected with middle school. I already have schools that already have REAP. I've talked to my friends about REAP, and they're interested in it because they don't get like this. Friends about REAP, and they're interested in it, but they're like at Atkinson and other elementary schools. They don't have like the experience to get REAP. Before coming to Mount Tabor, I had never heard about REAP. One day, Manuela showed up in my class talking about REAP. I got interested because I was shy, and I thought REAP could help me come out of my shelf. Since I had been in REAP, my grade have improved because my YSE tutors me on math and English language arts. Before school and during lunch, I have gained the skill and confidence to ask for help when I need it. I'm less shy now. I'm willing to talk with my friends. We gotten the opportunity to spend spring break at OSU downtown, visit the OSU campus, and meet professionals at the Young Women of Purpose Conference. We even got a snack fest to raise money for the Oregon Food Bank and the Northwest Child Outreach, and made blankets for the foster kids. I am excited to continue with REAP because it's preparing me for my future in many ways. If it was for REAP, I will not be able to have the skills to come share my story, to practically ignite and elevate and engage the next wave of leaders for the future now. Thank you.
Ebenezer Araji.
Hello, my name is Ebenezer Arage, and I wanted to start off by saying that I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak here today. I'm currently an 8th grader at Kellogg Middle School, and I am going to talk about the importance of having REAP in PPS high schools. One of the main reasons why REAP should be involved in a high school is because they offer opportunities like their Young Entrepreneurship Program, YELP, which offers mentorship and guidance for young entrepreneurs. Their opportunities include their Solutions Program, which I'm currently involved in. What they have done for me is create a safe environment to connect with other REAP students and staff. My brother and I look forward to going to school because of REAP. They also hold you accountable for your grades and attendance, which helps motivate me and my brother to do better. A way that REAP has impacted me as a person is they helped me magnify traits I already had. An example of that would be being more open and confident. That's why I'm able to speak in front of you today. Lastly, I just wanted to say, without REAP, I would probably be lost, and that is one of my main reasons why I want REAP involved in high schools, because where I'm going next year, REAP is not an option. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Lourdes Stephanie Velez.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. My name is Stephanie Velez, and I go to Kellogg Middle School. I'm a 7th grader. I'm here tonight to talk to you about why REAP should be in high schools. REAP has given me a lot of opportunities, and it's given me a voice I didn't know I had before. At the beginning of middle school, I definitely wouldn't have been here. I probably would have ran off. REAP is just such a safe place for so many students. I've been here in REAP for about 2 school years now, and I've seen people join REAP and how much they've changed, and it's just so amazing to see people find voice. And I feel like a lot of people think REAP makes leaders, but in reality, I think we are all leaders, and REAP just gives us a voice. It just gives us the chance to speak. And I feel like a lot of people struggle to find that even later in life. So I think people, especially in high school, that they're going off to college, I think they should have that opportunity. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. And can I just comment, no notes. I use notes. Everyone else up here uses notes. She uses no notes. So thank you. Yeah, that was excellent.
April Trular.
Can you read that again, Kara?
Yep. April Trular.
She's not.
John Coney.
Hi, John. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Scott, Superintendent Guerrero, members of the Portland School Board. My name is John Coney. I am the high school pass coordinator at TriMet, and I just wanted to give you a short briefing on a program we've got this summer, which is a free summer pass for all high school age students here at PPS and in school districts all over TriMet's service area. We did this as a kind of a pilot program last year. We're putting a little bit more effort into it this year as we're coming out of COVID and everything. The basics on this is that any high school age student in the area can get a summer pass. And it's age 14 through 18. So that includes incoming freshmen, incoming ninth graders, as well as graduating seniors. And we've already distributed about 4,000 of them to PPS high school sites. That includes all the major high schools, as well as option programs as well. And we're also reaching out into the other school districts as well. I've been working in partnership with the public affairs team here. They're going to be sending out digitized versions. We've got a poster here that's kind of the base plate of our campaign. These are going up in all PPS high schools as well in terms of awareness. And so we at TriMet want to see the students riding over the summer. The passes look like this. They're in a plastic sleeve. It's actually a cardstock media, which can get damaged kind of easily, so it's important that they keep them in these sleeves. And the passes are going to be active from June 1st through August 31st. It's important for PPS students who have their chip in their student ID card to know that these will expire on or about June 16th. So it's important for those who want a summer pass, and it's open to all, to get them at their high school. High schools are informing me of their need. As we get more of these produced, we can deliver them to the high school. So if you have any quick questions, I can take them. Otherwise, we can be in touch later on, and we're really excited to partner with the school district on this.
Thank you. Thanks for letting us know. I know I've seen some communication about this in the school communities. Are we doing any larger media push or social media push or anything to get the word out?
Yeah, so a lot of schools are sending things out through their student and parent newsletters. The district here is doing this centrally, as are other school districts. So word is starting to generate now, and the demand is kicking up. But our goal here is that every high school student is aware of this opportunity, and those that want to take advantage of it can do so easily.
Great. Thank you. Thanks for being here tonight.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
Jessica Black. Jessica Black. Sarah Wall.
Welcome. Thanks for being here.
I know you're all real excited to see me again. My name is Sarah Wall, W-A-L-L. To the audience, if you could please hold any loud extended reaction to the end of this, I would really appreciate it. I actually started writing this in my head during the March board meeting when I was listening to all of you speak about public comment. And your thoughts, and in my head I thought, oh gosh, I can't wait. I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna talk about discourse, and I'm gonna talk about the purpose of general comment and the need for more conversation and dialogue with communities. around what's happening in their individual schools, about creating a town hall system where those with the power of the board vote could hear what people have to say and actually have conversations with them about it. Instead, I'm here to advocate for OLA again, and under no circumstance did my belief in justice and the right thing think that I would still have to be talking about this right now. Because what I imagined is that what you heard would incite a dialogue with PPS members, including our entire community, and an actual individual board vote in regards to whether or not we got to stay open. So my assumption is that if you approve the budget, that's it, right? Like, because we're not, like, we didn't get that. We didn't even get a conversation. We didn't even get an apology. So, here we are. Over and over again, the thing that we have heard is that this is about money. I feel like that is still a half-truth. But okay, if this is about money, there's $75 million left of the ESSER fund, which is like what we're fully funded by, right? Except based on your state funding model, our students are actually bringing millions of dollars into the district. So we aren't fully funded by ESSER. Our students bring you state money. The OLA budget for this year is 0.08% of ESSER. It's 0.045% of the ending fund surplus that you had in 2021 and 22. So that's less than 1%. If we were fully enrolled at 400 students, which is what we are staffed for, then it would be about $14,000 per student rather than $24,000, which is what you're saying now. We covered this all in the town hall that parents put on, where 4 senior administrators attended, none of whom said anything to me or any parent about acknowledging the way that this has been handled or apologizing to our community. So also out of curiosity, like a bunch of our students are gonna leave the district. They're gonna go to other districts that have online schools that were at our town hall that welcomed them. And they are going to take their state money with them. Pre-pandemic, do you know how many students left PPS to go to an online school that is not in your district and took their money with them? Because I bet it was a lot. I bet we could fully enroll our school with all of those students that left. I know I'm out of time, but what I want you to understand is that I am PPS. The teachers behind me and their students are PPS. I'm not done, we are the first responders to their needs, their gifts, their traumas, and the experiences that they have every day. The institutional knowledge and problem-solving power of the individuals with boots on the ground is greater than the sum of any consulting company that you can pay to find solutions to patch the holes in a system we are watching crumble around us. I beg of you, work with us to solve the problems we are facing as a district. Do not watch many of us walk away from education altogether, which is what I am planning on doing. I got one more sentence. Because we are working in a system that was built on the back of inequity. Let us help you create a better system so that we can have a better society for tomorrow.
Thank you, Ms. Wall.
Dana Morrison.
Maybe one more time, Kara.
I think
Oh,
it's
great.
here. Yeah.
Thank you. Totally fine. I wasn't sure everyone could hear. Thank you. Welcome for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
My name is Dana Morrison, Morrison, and I'm an Ockley Green and Beach parent. I have concerns about the treatment of educators of color at Ockley Green Middle School and urge the board to examine administrative practices through an anti-racist and trauma-informed lens. White supremacist values include a fear of open conflict, defensiveness, objectivity, paternalism, and the worship of the written word, which is a focus on policies and procedures over human experience. These values support a system of oppression that breaks down the Ockley community, prioritizing the needs of the institution over students and the community as a whole. Damon Keller has been at Ockley Green for over 10 years, providing support to youth at a time of major transitions in their lives. He is a positive role model to youth and has been a constant presence of Ockley through at least 4 administrators in the last 5 years. He continues to spend time before school to help students learn routines, organizes dance performances at the Rose Parade and Trailblazer Games, and is instrumental in building confidence at a critical time in young lives. He goes above and beyond his role, working outside of school hours to be a support to kids at Ockley and as they continue to pursue dance at Jefferson. At the beginning of this school year, dance classes were combined, limiting students' ability to learn at their rate and level. Mr. Damon was given a class of 50 7th and 8th grade students, which he handled admirably. But since he has been put on leave, this same class of 50 students is now chaotic and has not had adequate instruction for almost 2 months. My daughter is in that class. Ockley Green administrators have sent a clear message to students that Black lives do not matter by continually displacing BIPOC and specifically African American and Black teachers who advocate for student health and well-being. Chris Reiser, Damon Keller, and Phyllis Harris. Hiring Spencer Crum, who fundamentally does not understand racism and identifies as culturally Black with no historical or familial connections, is a slap in the face to students experiencing racism daily in Oregon and reinforces Black erasure. Ockley is a minority-majority school, and yet the staffing continues to shift away from celebrating lived experience and diversity to uphold systems of oppression. The school board must act now to elevate student voices and send a clear message that students come first. Given the comments last week from a member of this board stating, "I don't really care what kids say," I want to remind you that you all have a responsibility to step up and listen. I want to now share some comments from students that couldn't be here. Birch, an 8th grader at Ockley, writes, "I'm writing in support of Mr. Damon. Mr. Damon is an important teacher to me because he helped me realize my passion for dance. My 6th grade year was online because of COVID-19, so it was like 7th grade was my first year at Ockley. It was really difficult for me to find a place where I felt like I belonged. Mr. Damon was incredibly welcoming and helped me realize how much I loved dance, but his class is also where I made my first new friends. I hope you will let Mr. Damon continue to teach at Ockley." Can I read 2 more comments from students? Louise, a 7th grader, writes, "He's the safety that us middle schoolers need. He'll listen and you know he cares. He won't let us take the easy road if he knows we can choose a better one for ourselves. I don't like being at a school knowing I won't have a welcoming dance teacher. Ockley needs Mr. Damon." 7th grade Rochelle says that since she came to talk to you about neglecting a majority Black space, it appears that things are only getting worse. And as Black students, we are being silenced and neglected by our principal, Julie Rearson, as well as our district. Mr. Damon was a PPS student, remembered by teachers at Jefferson as a positive influence on his peers. He's a member of our community and a safe, positive presence for middle school students. PPS needs to invest in community and support teachers, not be punitive. It's time to invest in real change. Reinstate Damon Keller and Phyllis Harris immediately. Build leadership positions and pathways for advancements for BIPOC staff at Ockley and PPS in general, and for those whose hearts and lived experience inspire the next generation. And identify PPS systems and policies that uphold white supremacy and take immediate corrective action. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madeline Parvenkin.
Hello, my name is Maddie Parvenkin. I'm an educational assistant at Astor K-8.
I support 9 classrooms between 1st and 5th grade. My job description says that I distribute instructional materials, that I copy papers, that I clear blackboards. Those working in classrooms right now know that these duties are not what I do and not the most pressing need. My days are filled every day, filled with academic intervention, social emotional support, and teaching group lessons. I do the work in and out of classrooms that teachers can't possibly do while they are in charge of 25 or more students. I'm the one who goes on walks with students who have just gotten into a fight with a friend because they are reeling from fights going on at home. I find a quiet spot to rest for kids who didn't sleep last night. I work with a 3rd grader who, without attending school prior to December, didn't know letter names. I support ADHD and autistic students during times of dysregulation when they yell, cry, throw school supplies, even attempt to hit me, and we work on safer ways to stim and show their emotions. I do all of this for $17.36 an hour. I do this for $1,400 paychecks spread out over 12 months. I do this for poverty wages, for income that barely covers rent, bills, and groceries, even with a second job. The second job that over 50% of my colleagues in the PFSP union have, since our wage cannot support a life in Portland, especially as inflation rises. I do this because I am passionate about special education, because I love supporting kids in this critical time of their self-determination, because I watch students who never spoke a word at the beginning of the year raise their hand to speak in class, who don't give up on trying to communicate ideas through speech impairment, whose confidence has grown so immensely that they crack jokes as we walk through the hallway to class instead of cry. I have seen kids who could read 3 words at the beginning of the year read paragraphs. My job is an essential job in schools. We need more EAs, more support staff, and we need to be paid a wage that reflects the difficulty and the care required of our role. At a PFSP training, district management told classified staff that we are the glue that holds schools together. The next week, I learned that all of the EA jobs, including my own, were cut at my school. In addition to a school counselor, a social worker, and a secretary all becoming part-time. If the stability of our lives and our livelihoods is not important to you, then what about the kids who have built trusting relationships with people in these support positions at every school? The kids that I work with the most have the hardest time feeling belonging. They are least likely to trust. They are the slowest to build bonds with educators and commit themselves to academic growth. We are not replaceable. We're not replaceable by parent volunteers who aren't professionals that can commit their lives to this work. We're not replaceable by already overworked school counselors and special education teachers. I want the dignity of our work to be respected by this district so that we can be fairly compensated for the good work that the district so well takes credit for. The work of I'm almost done, I promise. I just have a few lines. This is the work of equitably serving all students across all ability and background. That is the work that we PFSP staff do every day in schools. That is the work that the district management has chosen to cut at schools like mine, the work that PFSP staff get pennies for. We will not remain invisible. We need a raise, we need our jobs, and you need us. Thank you very much.
Kara, anyone else?
Ginger Huzar.
Kara, I just want to make sure, is Ginger also signed up? Are you also signed up to testify on the budget? No. Okay, gotcha. I had you in a different place on my list. Welcome. Thanks for being here.
All right, my name is Ginger Huizar, Huizar. I'm a special education teacher at Atkinson Elementary. I sent you all an email along with the bargaining committees, both an email. I didn't get any response back, but I want to be able to speak to it a little bit more for the public. To reiterate, the theme of special education this year We are struggling, as you just heard. We are struggling to keep up with the growing needs of our caseloads. We are losing our teams because staff are quitting PPS. Why? Like me, many have a caseload well beyond our contract number. I'm at 40. Most of my team is quitting. My SLP just gave a resignation in the parking lot before the board meeting. I hope you heard it. Because they can no longer accept the working conditions of PPS. Paying us overage does not provide us the relief that we need to serve our students. As special ed staff, we endure physical, verbal, and emotional abuse, insane paperwork. I wake up at 3 and 4 a.m. to send emails and respond, and they know it because they get them. And relentless meetings after each workday where we've taught all day. We've had to close classrooms, move students, and watch our staff quit or go on medical leave because we're failing to properly support the needs of our most impacted students and staff. We have been unable to staff all special ed positions and maintain staffing because nobody wants to work under these conditions. It's unacceptable. We are sitting at nearly 17% of our students in this district with a special education identification. I checked the numbers. The only other historically underserved and marginalized groups that are above special education, our Latino population is 17.3%, and our ESL, ELD population is 18%. So we are a marginalized community, and we are not being served by this district. You are not willing to make change for one of the highest demographics of marginalized students in this district. The school-to-prison pipeline starts with special education. Over 50% of Oregon inmates have a diagnosed disability. Over 70% cannot read at a third grade level. This is where it starts, and this is where you need to be putting your money. If you're having a hard time deciding what to cut in order to make more equitable outcomes, I want to remind everyone that you're sitting on nearly $100 million while unassigning teachers, wiping out the TOSA department, and increasing class sizes, specifically class sizes in DLI programs like at Atkinson Elementary, and refusing to provide any relief to your special education department despite a grievance against PPS. Our special ed staff should not have to sue you. Yesterday, state leadership announced a historic budget for the state school fund that is $700 million above our current service level and the most ever allocated to the fund. You all know I go to Salem too. When paired with local property tax revenue, K-12 schools in Oregon will be funded at $15.3 billion. I want to remind everyone in this room, I'm almost done, that money is spent for better schools and not better suits. Because administrative FTE staffing at the district has increased 52% since 2020, while FTE for licensed staff has decreased 6%. Almost done. They already have less to manage with less of us, we're told. So they too should have had a staffing cut, not doubled the increase. I might be special education, but the math ain't mathin'. As it stands last week, PPS bargaining team turned down all the special ed contract proposals that PAT put out and moved to maintain the status quo. Before I leave, can anyone in this room name one thing that is going successful in special education in this district? Just give me a hand. Anyone? Oh, okay, that's your success rate right there. I ask you, last paragraph, I ask you, do these kids matter behind these numbers? Do their safety needs, their mental health needs, and their educational outcomes matter behind these numbers? They are more than a number. They are more than a vision statement. You might have seen a lot of cities are putting out a local billboard, and it reads, there is no diversity, equity, inclusion without disability. So it is time that we start making those same decisions that show this in this room.
That concludes general public comment.
That's it, great, thank you. Thank you for the testimony. On the state school fund, and we're going to talk about this when we get to the budget shortly. I just want to make sure we don't buy into the press releases you're seeing from Salem right now. $10.2 billion is still $100 million less than current service level. And we're going to talk about that too, because we're spending a lot of that reserve. I just want to make sure that we don't pretend that what what Salem is doing is somehow fully funding education. They are not. And I just want to be really clear about that. So. We're going to have this conversation. Next up, thank you for the comments. Next up, we are going to hear from our labor partners. And I don't know if President Bonilla is still outside or not, but first up are going to be comments from the Portland Association of Teachers. Yeah. President Bonilla, thank you so much for being here tonight. As you know, we do not time you. I will just, again, as we often talk about, we're hearing from 3 of our labor partners tonight, and of course we have a very full agenda, so I'll just, with that, we're excited to hear from you.
You know, one of my struggles in my classroom was always time management, pacing, so I'll keep that in mind. Thank you for having us. For the record, I am Angela Bonilla, Bonilla. I am the president of the Portland Association of Teachers.
And I'm Jackie Dixon, Dixon, vice president of PAT.
All right, so as always, we want to start with kudos. First, we want to have a kudos to everyone who went down to Salem, the hundreds of educators who called, emailed their legislators to advocate for an increase in state school funding. The Ways and Means Committee originally proposed a 9.9 statewide school fund, and a memo just came out this morning that now the state is committing $10.2 billion, which is just short of the $10.3 billion that we demanded. But this also comes with additional, not carve-out funds to support early literacy. So this is proof that when educators and families and communities stand up and advocate, we can move a behemoth like the legislature to act. Now we just need those folks to come back to work. So I just want to remind everyone of that, and just remember that when the contract comes up for approval.
We'd also like to give kudos to the members of the Community Budget Review Committee, composed of 9 community members, 2 staff members, and 2 student members. We know they did so much work to review the complex budget and give their recommendations to the PPS School Board. So here's hoping all of their work is acknowledged and taken into account.
Yes, and then last kudos to our student rep, Byron E. McMahon, for speaking up and for inviting the adults on this board to listen to the students and their perspectives. She speaks up even when it's hard. So thank you for being a fierce advocate for our students and your colleagues. We see you, your educators are proud of you, and I'm glad that everyone was able to stay here and be here for your report earlier this meeting. Yeah, and so just some housekeeping. I'm going to talk a lot of numbers, and so I just want to make sure I cite my sources. So I'm mostly looking at the annual comprehensive financial report for the year that ended in June 30th, 2023, as well as audit data from 2017 to 2022, and PPS's proposed budgets for 22-23 and 23-24. So last year around this time, I sat here with the former president, Elizabeth Teal, and I told you that I would go down to Salem and fight for increased funding for our schools. And our educators and community members joined us in this advocacy by testifying both in person and virtually, by writing emails, sharing public comment, and showing up in Salem.
So we did our part and got the funding from the state. It's time PPS management does their part and invests in our staff and students now. That is why we are demanding safe, equitable, and sustainable schools at the bargaining table, at the State House, and in the district office.
And I want to emphasize that we have an opportunity to change the direction this district is going in, as y'all heard from the speakers before us. As the Community Budget Review Committee shared, PPS management has a, quote, trend of disproportionate increases in administrators compared to direct service staff.
From the 23-24 budget, the FTE for licensed staff, that would be like teachers, counselors, licensed support personnel such as speech pathologists and other licensed staff who work directly with students, will decrease by 8% from the year prior.
FTE for administrators, and this is all coming from the report, both school-based administrators and those supporting other functions in the district are set to be increased by 2%.
And if the school-based administrators, so those administrators working directly with students, are excluded from that analysis, FTE for those non-direct service administrators is proposed to be increased by 16%.
Further, from 2020 to the proposed budget for 23-24, these non-direct service administrator FTE positions have increased by 50%, while FTE for licensed staff has decreased by 6% in the same time period. This is what Ginger was speaking to. And they end their report, this information, with this sentence. Quote, "We question why more administrators are being added to support and manage fewer licensed FTE, especially during this period of declining enrollment. And we question that too."
So here's what we know and what we've been yelling at the top of our lungs for the past 3 years. Students' academic needs have increased. Student mental health needs have increased. Staffing at building and direct student service levels has decreased. Deferred maintenance of buildings now exceeds $1 billion. There are more administrators overseeing less staff and less students.
And some of these concepts may seem abstract, but I want to share some of what I've received in my inbox and my text messages and my phone calls that makes this a little bit more concrete. So I've received several emails in the past 2 weeks around temperatures reaching over 90 degrees in multiple buildings. These buildings did not have enough cool spaces to move students to, which is the district's mitigation plan. And at one school, a student got a nosebleed from the heat, while at another school, a student had to go to the nurse because they were flushed and lethargic.
And when advocating for our educators and students facing these serious school safety and health concerns, Angela and I have both been told by PPS staff that we sound angry. Well, you know what? I am angry, and as parents and educators, y'all should be angry too. So, rodents are running across the auditorium at Ockley Green. An auditorium is used for physical education at that school.
Roseway Heights has a radon monitor that shows radon levels increasing at an alarming rate in one of our classrooms.
And there's an asbestos bubble at Laurelhurst. At Laurelhurst, that's just monitored regularly and poked at, but never removed or mitigated.
McDaniel had their last baseball home game last week on their not-at-home home field. This board said that it would get the issues with their field would be fixed within a week or so of the March 7th board meeting at McDaniel. It sits unplayable. So this is a wasted investment for those juniors and seniors who will never get to play on the field of their new beautiful building. So when we delay maintenance, we end up creating more problems and higher costs for ourselves in the long term.
And we have more students having to go through suicide screenings at all levels, from elementary to high school. Our students are dying and overdosing. They're hurting. They need more help than our mental health system in Oregon can handle, let alone the counselors, social workers, QMHPs, and school psychologists stretched across multiple sites and hundreds of students.
Our middle schools that presented a letter last year for safe schools saw those supports cut again this year. They were asked to make a choice between an instructional coach or a student climate specialist in some buildings. Principals have now renewed that call. They said, we cannot pretend everything is fine, continue to focus on reading, writing, arithmetic, and that eventually students will just be better. They need to feel safe and they need to feel supported. And every middle school that is now hopefully going to get the support that these administrators have asked for, they already made contingency plans, moved FTE around to fill management's gap in planning in their buildings. So they shouldn't have had to choose between those positions, between a instructional coach, and a climate specialist. So we need to invest in our students and educators by giving them that FTE back and making sure that we are listening and following their lead, not just doing top-down initiatives.
So here's what we know.
Yeah. So last year's general fund ending fund balance, the unspent amount left over at the end of a budget, at the end of the fiscal year on June 30th, was $98,804,000. The starting fund balance is typically what the ending fund balance was the year before, which is what the financial analyst from our state union explained to me, which was nice to understand. But the starting fund balance, according to the 22-23 proposed budget, was calculated at $90,500,000, which is a difference of about $8,300,000. My question is, why are we not spending these funds on core enrichment and classroom teachers, education assistants, paraprofessionals, social workers, counselors, school psychs, custodians, nutrition workers? And this May, we also know that the district received $8.3 million in the annual adjustment from the state.
The special funds 200 ending fund balance, which includes ESSER, student investment, A, and federal funds, rose from $28 million in school year 2020-21 to $35 million in 21-22, which is a 20% increase. This was the same year the district told us that we had to cut 90 classroom positions. The same year we increased administrator positions. This doesn't include funds not yet billed to the state for ESSER expenditures.
And before we start talking about needing reserves, the Oregon School Board Association recommends that an ending fund balance of 5% is held for large districts with 10% for smaller districts. We're not a nonprofit or a corporation that's going to go belly up and then not be able to pay our bills. We're a public institution. And with Oregon sitting as the 47th state in the country when it comes to school funding, I just don't understand why we're holding back any funds. Not only that, but in the ending fund balance has increased year over year since 2017-2018. And it has increased from 6.48% to 14.33% in 21-22 for our general fund. And that percentage has been declining for our special revenues fund, but that percentage only declines because the total amount has increased. And that increase is due to the Student Success Act that we all marched for, which began disbursement in 2021. So we went from an ending fund balance of $18,998,000 in 17-18 to whopping $35,069,000 in 21-22. So how do we solve this? We believe that PPS must spend the money educators and community members got through our advocacy and the Student Success Act and student investment accounts, and an increased state school fund on our students, staff, and schools and buildings. We really, it's not, there's not a legislative requirement to separate out the SIA funds from the special funds that you have. Most districts have, our district has not, and it's really important for us to be able to understand where is our Student Investment Act money going.
We cannot continue to operate like COVID and its impacts are over, or that doing the same thing will get us different results. As we've shared with the superintendent and leadership, whatever plans and initiatives you have here are not lived and felt on the ground. We had one executive level leader during bargaining this week tell us that our concerns around class sizes were overblown. And I quote, "When I came here, I've been to almost every school since I came here. I maybe have 10 left. And yes, there are pockets, no question. That's what happens at every district. But overarchingly, I'm seeing happy faces. I'm seeing class sizes are absolutely manageable, and class sizes that are ridiculously small as well. And I'm seeing, most notably at the high school level, maybe class sizes are a little larger, okay. But I don't want us to paint this picture that it's unbearable when you walk into a school."
So this was at bargaining a couple of sessions ago, if anyone wants to check it out on YouTube. At a meeting yesterday, we heard the presentation about the extended responsibility educators would have to take on now that PPS has cut over 50 teachers on special assignment positions. We raised concerns about this added workload, asking if there are buildings where educators are too burnt out to take on added responsibility, what's the plan then? How are we going to push forward these goals? We were told, let's not catastrophize.
I don't know what you are seeing, but many of our educators are at sites where the need is so great, the class size is unbearable. Even if you're seeing smiling faces during an hour-long visit, it's not catastrophizing to say educators are too burnt out to take on more when I have emails from educators sharing that the entire special education team in their school is resigning at the end of this school year.
And in addition to untenable workloads, we're all experiencing or watching trauma responses. So, raise your hand if you've experienced or witnessed at least one of these. Feeling helpless and hopeless, a sense of that one can never do enough, hypervigilance, diminished creativity, disassociative moments, sense of persecution, guilt, fear, anger, cynicism, inability to embrace complexity, minimizing, chronic exhaustion, physical ailments, inability to listen, deliberate avoidance, inability to empathize, numbing, addictions, grandiosity, an inflated sense of importance related to one's work. These are all traits from the trauma stewardship book around what we do when we're exposed to trauma.
Those closest to the pain are closest to the solution. That is why we listen to students when they tell us what they need through their actions, their words, or devices. That's why we must also listen to educators when they are telling you what is needed to sustain staff. We've been warning you since COVID that the disrespect, the lack of investment, and the top-down approach will destroy our ability to staff our schools and retain the highly qualified staff we already have.
And I'm afraid to say it, but I always try to remind myself that I was elected to speak even when my voice shakes. So I understand that it's important to bring in diverse lived experiences and new educators into our schools. I was one of those folks that started in an apprentice-style position, which is a new program we could also be a part of to get funding from the state. FYI, where I worked with a restricted license as I obtained my master's in bilingual education and my ESOL endorsement. But we also know that less experienced educators are lower paid educators. And I can't help but feel like there's been a concerted effort to push out versus support and train up our experienced staff. It's hard to think that is not the case when we are still waiting for our anti-racism, implicit bias, and culturally responsive practices training. And it's hard to believe that that's not the case when your professional development plan hinges on educators choosing to work outside of their work year.
One thing I keep coming back to is the fact that y'all are willing to find the money when it's an issue y'all care about, or a solution you deem as worthy, or an initiative someone new to the district decides will be the fix. However, when we demand that money be used on staff, we see it used to increase management outside of buildings while decreasing direct service providers. Then we're asked to do more. But don't worry, they'll pay you to work more hours. We don't want extra pay to work extra work outside of our hours. We want thriving wages for sustainable work. That's what we want for our students when they grow up as well, for their families right now. The best educators ensure they model expectations we want others to hold.
COVID taught us that every day is not promised. That we must not be waiting to live or just surviving, but we need to start thriving, because otherwise, what's the point? What I believe educators want y'all to understand is that we are at the point where we are reacting to the harm experienced as workers. We are struggling, and we deserve safe, equitable, and sustainable schools. We are not here to be martyred. We are educators, we are human beings. With kids who see the hate spewed at them and their families, so we see silence coming from the district, right? Not one comment until the news picked it up around Atkinson. And we are human beings met with obstruction when school-based efforts to invite positive support are made. An educator's kid didn't want them to go to work that day because they were scared their single parent wasn't going to come home. Where is the compassion for the workers who are risking their lives teaching children in this wild and uncertain world? Should Atkinson's community really believe that our police department would be patrolling and supporting when they took 7 hours to get to Franklin after a shooting, a school right next door? Where's our safety plan?
So Angela and I were recently part of the Superintendent's Safety Task Force and also recruited educators to participate in 3 different PPS-hosted safety focus groups, organized by grade level. So I personally spent several days reaching out to high schools to get representation from each high school to attend. And thank you to our educators who showed up and, did their thing. PPS also held focus groups with students from across the district. Overall, educators and students overwhelmingly called for the need for more mental health and wellness supports and community resources for our schools, as well as the need to address ongoing safety concerns with facilities, such as exterior doors that lock securely, adequate exterior lighting, and even ventilation. Many educators also advocated for improved communication from PPS, both internally with staff and externally with families in the event of a school crisis.
And just to add to this point, I just received an email from an educator at Atkinson where they had their locks removed from the doors and the door handles in order to change the locks to the inside. Some came back, the work wasn't done. They didn't have door handles today after threats last week. So when we're talking about improved communication, no one knew that these folks were coming that night, at least not the educators. The custodian didn't know. And then they were like, we hope they come back tomorrow to finish the work. Students were literally talking about, where am I gonna hide in this room because our door doesn't even have a lock.
Ooh. Students and teachers stated clearly over and over again that they do not want armed police officers in our schools. In fact, a recent report by the ACLU found that SROs are not effective at preventing or stopping school shootings or incidents of gun violence. SROs are, however, very successful when it comes to physically assaulting students of color, sexually harassing female students of color, bullying, harassing, and intimidating students of color and students with disabilities, and bullying, harassing, and intimidating immigrant students and their families on campus and at students' homes. As Joy Davis, president of Imagine Black, a local nonprofit, stated recently in the Portland Tribune, we cannot allow fear to push us backwards into solutions we know don't work. SROs criminalize youth behavior and contribute to the school-to-prison pipeline, which disproportionately harms students of color and students with disabilities.
As Ginger previously also stated, real safety comes from communities having access to what they need to thrive. We know that the safest communities are not the most patrolled, they are the most resourced. Food, shelter, and healthcare. That is why our community schools proposals call for supports around housing and wraparound services for students. We can't say we're a student-centering and facing district and remove students from the conversation when addressing their safety. We cannot say that we're a student-centered district when we continue to remove student-facing services to add more district-level administrators.
And what we've heard from our community listening sessions this year as PAT is that our families love their teachers and they love their school communities. But some are disappointed that their students returned to a school system that was the same as the one they left. They expected that we would use what we learned during COVID to rework how we do public education so that we can serve all of our students.
I believe that together we can build great public schools. Schools that serve all of our students, every single student, the school that our students deserve. But in order to do that, we need PPS management and the school board to direct more funds towards everything we've called out in our bargaining proposals. Increase mental health and special education supports at every site, increase community supports and community input, attractive educator wages, and class size and caseload caps. Bring back our TOSAs, bring back OLA, bring back classroom teachers, make this place a place where folks want to work and want to attend. And I think that will help us build these great public schools if we can just make it a place that people want to be. So thank you.
Thanks.
Hey, President Padilla, could you hold on 1 second? Thanks. I didn't want to take away from the adulation of the crowd. I wanted to follow up because we're going to have a budget conversation tonight, as you know, around the approved budget. And one of the things that you mentioned tonight, and I know in a communication to your members as well, you talked about the nearly $100 million reserve. And the approved budget we're approving tonight spends about $44 million of that, again, on a variety of things, right, in terms of that. And I just wanted to make sure, are you aware of that? And is PAT asking, and so it takes it down to about $43 million, which is just slightly above the 5% you mentioned. Are you advocating for us to go below the 5%, or are you glad that we're spending the $44 million? I'm just a little.
Yeah, so like I said earlier, typically your ending fund balance is your starting fund balance to a certain extent. I think what we talk about when we talk about reserves, we talk about rainy day funds, but what I understand from educators and talking to educators and students is that it's already raining. It's been raining since 2020. So we're trying to understand what exactly are we saving funds for if our kids are literally, I mean, they are dying, they are harmed, they are not learning, and we are hemorrhaging educators and support staff. So I guess the concern, I understand that it impacts our bond ratings, which for the kid who's not getting the support or services they need today is like, okay. But I want to make sure that we understand that, like, if we are saving up for a rainy day, it's already raining. We need to start spending money to undo the harm that's already been happening and to try to get us to a point where we can actually serve the students before us. And we are still advocating at that state level. We as PAT are working on, with OEA, we've passed a new business item in order to fight for a constitutional amendment to the kicker so that it is not going back to that top 1% of folks who earn over $480,000 a year and then get an average of $44,000 back in a kicker. They get back in a kicker more than our support staff get paid in a year, and that is unacceptable. So we understand that there is a big pot of money we are not even talking about because it is given back to the kicker, and we have a longer term plan for that. But what we need in the short term is the funds to serve the kids in front of us. Because every day, you don't keep doing the work if you feel like you're failing, and we know that every day there's a kid we're not able to reach because our classes are so big and the needs are so high.
Thank you. And yeah, no, I really appreciate that clarity. One of the things I will make a connection, because I know bond ratings sound boring. You mentioned a lot of things, and I know that Joy Root, who actually teaches my son at IW Wells, 2 different classes. Are you here? I saw you on the wait list, and thank you so much for educating my child. And I know that classroom can get up to 90 degrees, and the reason why I'm making that connection is because bond ratings sound really boring. But of course, if our bond rating goes down, the next time we go out for a bond, we'll be able to fix fewer of those classrooms. So there is a connection there in the longer distance. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I meant to say that it is my priority, which is why I want to make sure we're looking at that. The last thing I will say, and I think we're in agreement on the state school fund, and I just want to, and I'm not going to mince my words. It's not about you. This is about the way it's being portrayed. What happened, to be really blunt, is that the Democrats in Salem set a really low bar, and now they've exceeded that really low bar, and they want us to give them a lot of credit for it. And I just want to be really clear: $10.2 billion is better than $9.9 billion. It is still between $1.5 to $2 billion short of the quality education model. It still leaves Oregon maybe in the middle of the pack at best among states in terms of funding education. And I just wish we had state leadership that would really prioritize education. And I want to make sure that we still continue to hold their feet to the fire, because they need to feel that a little bit more. And you've been doing it. I want to be really clear. You've been instrumental in that. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. As I wrote to our student representative, I know when we went down to testify in Salem, she pointed to the members in the Ways and Means Committee and said, I will be in your seat one day. So make sure you are investing in our education so that we are prepared to be in those seats. And so I'm looking forward to that day, and I'm looking forward to, when we have the youngest school board member, MESD member in our population of students, that we understand, the students who were speaking earlier about their program, that our students are ready to lead. We have to make sure we have the resources available to provide them the opportunities to practice that leadership so that they can lead us to a better place than us adults have led us at this point. Hopefully we can get those Republican legislators back in to work, because I know we're working, so that we can get these bills passed and we can get that funding, because I do know there is that additional funding for early literacy, and hopefully that can help us move some funds around in order to meet some of these needs that we're finding in other spaces.
Thanks so much for
Thank
being
you.
here tonight. Okay, next up, Next up, the Service Employees International Union is requested to speak, and I believe Amy Sylvia is here tonight. Thank you for joining us. Welcome.
Hello. Maybe I should go before her next time. Some of what I have to say you've already heard tonight, but I'm going to just restate it for the people in the back. Good evening. Thank you for having me. I'm here on behalf of SEIU 503 Local 140. We represent the custodians that keep our building clean and safe, and the cafeteria staff who feed our kids. My name's Amy Sylvia, S-I-L-V-I-A, she, her, they. I'm the lunch lady at Maplewood Elementary. My daughter attends PPS. She goes to Ida B. Wells. And I've been serving lunch to our kids for 10 years. We're here tonight in solidarity with all PPS union workers because we need your help to provide the safe, sustainable, and equitable schools our students deserve. At a recent school board candidate forum, when one of our custodians explained how our schools have been moderately dingy for years due to understaffing, everyone agreed our schools should be cleaner. But the proposed budget cuts 10 custodial positions while adding administrative positions. Cutting 10 custodial positions will lead to more burnout, more turnover, and dirtier schools. We're asking that you restore these 10 custodial positions before you vote to approve this budget. If PPS needs to save money, we have a few ideas. Invest in more cafeteria staff. There are so few lead cooks that highly paid managers who make 3 to 5 times what I make often need to work in the kitchens to cover for absences. Does it make sense? Does it save you money to have the director of my department, who makes over $140,000 a year, cover for a lead cook who makes about $25,000 a year? No. Reduce turnover. PPS lost more than 1/3 of the custodians and 1/4 of the cafeteria staff they hired in the last year, which costs about $1,500 per employee. Also, pay us living wages. Last year, when SEIU members received a wage increase from PPS, thank you, many of us thought we would finally feel a sense of relief. Unfortunately, what happened at the same time was rents were raised, electrical, natural gas, grocery bills, they all rose to an all-time high. All the relief we felt for a moment was gone. Living in fear of not being able to pay our rent and bills or feed our family remains in the forefront of our minds. We may have received a raise, but most of our nutrition service workers make an average of $23,000. Let that sink in. You can't even buy a new car. The community budget report shows that from 2020 to this proposed budget, non-direct service administrator positions have increased by 52%, while positions for licensed staff has decreased by 6%. This is unacceptable. Our kids deserve safe and healthy schools where they have the support they need to succeed. If you build from the bottom, we'll be able to hire and retain quality workers that want to stay because they feel valued and respected. If you build from the bottom with more positions and higher wages for nutrition service workers and custodians, we'll be happier. And when we're happier, we work harder because we feel important. When all of this happens, enrollment will go up. If you build it from the bottom, they will come. In other words, success starts with us, the essential workers. We urge you to invest in our students' success by prioritizing better staffing, higher wages, and better working conditions for your essential student-facing workers over administrative costs. Then we'll have a thriving district. A thriving district is made up of happy, successful workers, and it produces thriving, successful students that turn into happy and successful adults, however that may look for them. I thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you. The Portland Federation of School Professionals has also requested to speak. I welcome President Patton.
Aren't you retiring? I am. Congratulations. When is your official date?
June 30.
Right.
Oh,
for
thank
all
you.
your service
I
and
have
hard work.
John McDuffie, who is our field rep and up there. He is the incoming president. I have promised him that I will stay on a few hours a week, but you know, I get to pick the hours and the weeks.
Sounds amazing.
So I am Michelle Batten, B-A-T-T-E-N, and I am president of PFSP, the Portland Federation of School Professionals. We represent the classified employees at Portland Public Schools. There is nothing I could say, no speech I could write that would be anything near or better than what I have heard this evening. There have been some truly impassioned speeches by students, by the community, and by my union family coming up here and speaking. I will do what I often hear and start out with a good story. We affiliate with the American Federation of Teachers, and this past year, the president of the Hillsborough Classified Union received a grant from AFT National and First Books for 40,000 books and $10,000 for additional books that could be purchased. She is sharing that with Portland Public Schools, and so our local is getting 14,000 books to hand out, not to the schools, but to the students themselves. And we also get $3,000 to purchase some more books from First Student. And so we're looking at getting some books that are, say, bilingual, bicultural, reaching out to our diverse community. So we're very excited about that. I will do a positive shout out to Employee and Labor Relations and Frank Levitt, who is in facilities. We've been working all year with the district, and at the last minute, there were some folks working with us who said, you know, this seems like a lot of work to take in all these books. I think Portland will pass. And we were devastated. We reached out to Genevieve Rowe and Sarah Fitch and Frank Levitt, and within 24 hours, we had a whole system going. And so John and I have been out there helping to get these books, these pallets of books. Oh my, we'll be bringing in 16 pallets into Portland, and it's really quite exciting. I'm a little stiff and sore from all the moving around. I'm not who I used to be, but we're really excited that these will be handed out to students and their families. We're hoping to do it as they get ready to leave for the summer. So I also want to thank Frank and his staff for just leaping in there, saying, send us pictures and we will work on it. As the other speakers have stated, this has been a really tough year. And I've come up here at least once a month, every month, to talk about my bargaining unit, the classified employees who help support the students in the class, behind the scenes, everywhere you go, we are there. And we are tired and we are disheartened. Over this past year, John and I could happily say that we recruited over 100 new union members that did not even keep up with the turnover. There are times when we get a list of the new people, and before we can add them to our listserv, they're gone. It has been a struggle, and people need the support. Last year, when you were all talking about coming up to this school year, the message sent out was that last year was tough. We're going to overstaff, we're going to overfund, we're going to provide all these extras. And we were concerned because we could see that the staffing was not going to be adequate. And it hasn't been adequate all year, and it's going to get even worse. Our people need a livable wage. Our beginning educational assistants, some who have spoken tonight, start at $16 plus an hour. That is not a livable wage in Portland. And not only are they not able to provide for themselves and their families, they have such big hearts that they're taking some of those $16 an hour and they help buy food for a student who didn't have lunch, or a coat or school supplies. They're a bunch of patient, big-hearted people who are doing their very best on poverty wages to help these students this year who are coming in with so much trauma. You know, the little ones in Head Start, these are the pandemic babies. They're not socialized. Kids who've been at home for 2 and 3 years. Employees who have also been at home, who've had a lot of trauma in their own families from family members who were sick, who lost jobs. It's been a very tough year. And so I tell you that I will continue to fight for my members. I will fight for them to have a living wage, to have support, to have a safe working environment, and to have training so that they can feel confident and ready for the students as they return to the classroom. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Great, thank you. Next up on our agenda, board, committee, and conference reports. Again, in the interest of time, I'll just open it up if anybody has any particular committee or conference reports they'd like to make at this point in time. Going once, okay. Well, let's go ahead.
Just want to give a report about the facilities and operations meeting. Just want to give a conference report from the Facilities and Operations Committee. We had a agenda item for the resitting of Harriet Tubman Middle School. So letting everyone know that we have paused that for the next 30 days to look at other alternative and other hopefully spots that could come up. And so we're hoping to get some kind of report back at the next facility operations meeting next month. Thank you.
Great.
We have a meeting of the Jefferson DAG Wednesday night, actually here in this building, talking about different construction methodologies that are being considered. Open to all.
So we had a levy committee, local option levy committee meeting the other night, and given that some key legislation isn't moving in Salem, we talked about instead of having an enhanced local option or considering that instead we would likely just be considering a renewal. And the three election dates that we're looking at would be this November, which is first choice, second choice next May, and the third next November. And it would, again, probably be just a straight renewal for 5 years. And we'll meet again before the next couple weeks, and then also have some meetings, set up a calendar over the summer if we do decide to go in November, so that we're prepared to go late summer, early fall.
Great, thank you. Next up, we are going to vote on a new mascot for Benson Polytechnic High School. Superintendent Guerrero.
Thank you, Chair Scott. Good evening, directors. Good evening. Board policy provides criteria and conditions for naming and developing representative images like mascots for district properties and programs. Renaming a school nickname or school mascot should be made after careful and deliberate consideration by members of a school community. On behalf of members of his school community, Benson High School Principal Curtis Wilson submitted a formal written request to engage in a process to identify a new mascot to represent the school community. This was coordinated with their area senior director, assistant superintendent, and the chief of schools to submit in writing a formal request. Earlier this month, I met with Benson administration and student representative, who you'll hear from in just a moment, to understand the process that they went through to eventually land on a recommendation to change the Benson mascot. I'm going to let Principal Wilson and our Benson student leader share with you about a little bit more about their process and how and what they landed on as the proposed mascot for Benson Polytechnic High School. We're not talking about the name, we're talking about the mascot. Principal Wilson?
Thank you. My name is Curtis Wilson, Jr., the principal of Benson Polytechnic High School, and I want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to come and meet with you all this evening. I do have just a quick letter that I want to read that I think will explain why we're here and for this process in regards to the mascot change. So this is a letter that I submitted to the superintendent after working with our students and staff over at Benson. So the letter to the superintendent. In 1908, the Portland School of Trade, later known as Benson Polytechnic High School, opened. Benson started as an all-male school, and the nickname was Techman. As the years went on and women began to attend Benson, the nickname changed to the Techman and Lady Texters, or just Texters. The nickname over the years has ranged from a worker dressed in overalls to an astronaut to just a space helmet. However, the nickname has never been officially changed from the original Techmen. As we begin to move into our new building in the fall of 2024, we will start a new chapter for Benson Polytechnic High School. I believe that in conjunction with the students and staff of Benson Tech, it is time for a new nickname. To be clear, we are not looking to change the name of the school. We are looking to do something that is more inclusive to our student body. We are very prideful in the orange and blue. We wish to remain Benson Polytechnic High School. However, we are proposing changing the nickname to be more inclusive and better represent all of the people and the students and the staff that make up the Benson Tech community. Some nicknames have already been proposed by the staff and students and alumni, such as the Technicians, the Innovators, the Thunder, the Tigers, and so forth. But it is our wish to start this new nickname process with Portland Public Schools as soon as possible so that the new nickname can be integrated into the construction of our new building. So please note that I have received enough feedback from our students and staff and alumni, and I'm comfortable asking PPS to start this process to change the Benson Tech nickname. As I stated earlier, this nickname will be more inclusive. We are a very diverse school. If you've ever been inside of Benson Tech, our students are very, very diverse. And they've made it very clear to me that if we go back to our new building in 2024 and they do not feel accepted, they will let me know. Okay? So, I've worked with the alumni, I've worked with our community, I've worked with our students, I've worked with our staff, and I believe that it is now time to change our nickname. As an athletic community, we need a symbol that we can hang our pride on. Right now, we are conflicted, and we would like to take this time to come to a thoughtful decision regarding our new nickname that we can recommend to the superintendent and in turn can then recommend to the board for a final decision. And so this is our ASB president, Joe Anderson. We started the process. We've been working on it for the last few months. We've narrowed it down to our new nickname. I feel very confident that it will grow on people in time. We have always been conflicted with who we are.
No, we haven't.
This is our yearbook, right here. And if you can see, there's an astronaut on it. We have never been able to integrate techmen, lady texters, or texters with the space helmet or the astronaut. So what the students and staff have now done, they have decided on a nickname. Out of the 400 that we started with 3 months ago, we've narrowed it down to just one. From 400 participants that gave us 1,200 nicknames, to 10, to 5, to 3, and now we have one, and that nickname is now the Astros for Benson Tech. And I would like to let Joe Anderson speak on that because he's been with me from the very beginning as a student voice.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. My name is Joe Anderson. I'm the student body president of Benson Tech. As you said, I've been part of the nickname renaming committee from the very beginning. I've attended every meeting, seen every email and document, and I can say with full confidence that every decision and action taken was taken with our students, their values, beliefs, and guiding principles centered. After many rounds of voting from our stakeholders, staff, community members, alumni, and students, we landed with the name Astros. And I feel that this is the most representative and affirming of all our stakeholders. Astros are very closely associated with futurism, forward thinking, and innovation. I connect this to Benson Tech because I know that as our markets, our economies, and our workplaces evolve, Benson and our career technical education programs will be right alongside any changes and will continue to provide our students with the very best current industry standard knowledge, skills, and equipment so that all of our students may find success in their post-secondary pursuits. It is for that reason that I believe that Astros is the most representative of all our stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for being here tonight. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 6710 to change the mascot of Benson Polytechnic High School?
So moved.
Second.
Director DePass moves, Director Constam seconds. Is there any board discussion? Vice Chair Hollins is not allowed.
I just want to thank you all for teaching me why the Houston baseball team is called the Astros. I never knew why I never thought astronauts Houston, we have a problem until right now. So thank you for educating me.
This many years old when you
I'm
realized
46 almost before I figured that out. Thank you.
I'm really happy to support this, and I appreciate you both being here. And Joe, I appreciate the time you spent with me at the tech show, the 100th tech show this year. And perhaps Mr. Hollins would maybe feel better if he could maybe get a sweatshirt that had the Astros on it.
I'll chip in
It
for
might
that.
make it a little easier for him to take.
Go ahead.
So, yes, as an alumni of Benson Tech, I'm kind of perplexed that Mr. Curtis will propose this, but I get it. You know, he's not a techman, but no, I will part, you know, with the texters only because, you know, when the community and the students, you know, look for change, we have to change. You know, when the community and mostly our students wants to go in a new direction, you know, we're here to support. We're supposed to be here to support them. So I will reluctantly be voting yes. But I appreciate all the guys have done. I like the thought process. I got all those surveys and I voted every time. But I do appreciate what you guys have done. I love the fact that you guys came together as one unit to look at what could be the future for Benson. And as a old Techman, you know, I support you guys. So I will be a reluctant, yes.
Well said. Thank you. I'm excited to vote for this. Director Edwards?
So I'm happy for the Benson community. I'm going to support it, although it'll be just one more name I'm going to have to stop and think about, because in 1977, I played against the first Lady Texters. And so it's a long time to retrain myself from. But as we said when we started this journey, when we originally changed Franklin's mascot names, names and mascots are important symbols of our schools, and they need to evolve. So Gary, as I told the Franklin community, they can always be the alumni can always be Quakers, but the students now are going to be the Lightning. And so you can always be a Tech man, but the students going forward will be Astros. It's going to be
Well, in all honesty, we really didn't know what Techman is either, so. It was always confusing too.
I do want to, so I'm going to support this. I think it's an important change, and thanks for the work you did guiding this through. But I also want to put on the record that I continue to be disappointed that the Lane community request to change their name dates back 6 years. I.W. Wells, McDaniels have had name changes. Now Benson has a new mascot. Franklin has a different name. Lane followed the policy and got in line, and they were asked to wait. And students earlier this year asked to present to the board. There's a new process. It starts at the school, so they went back and started again. And it looks like the process is going to result in Lane being named for another school year, named after Joseph Lane. And I just think it's important to note that Joseph Lane does not deserve to have his name on one of our schools. He was our first governor of the Oregon Territory, a U.S. senator, a candidate for vice president in 1860 on a slavery slate. He was an outspoken and controversial defender of slavery, and it's a shame that we have one of our schools named after him, and I hope we can expedite the process so that the Lane community members can also be proud of the school name that they attend.
The board will now vote on Resolution 6710 to change the mascot of Benson Polytechnic High School. All those in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Yes. All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Student Representative McMahon.
Yes.
Any abstentions? Resolution 6710 is approved by a vote of 7-0, with Student Representative McMahon voting yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And can I just add one last thing? We have researched all the names. Texters does not exist. And our students made that very clear when they came to me years ago, is that if I'm a texter, I don't exist in this building. And so we had to do a lot of research and making sure that we were moving in the right direction, and we were very thorough that we're very happy with Astros.
Great.
Principal Wilson, you
Thank
got
you.
your vote. Congratulations. Thank you, Joe.
Okay, next up, we're going to be hearing the vision for the Center for Black Student Excellence. Superintendent Guerrero, would you please introduce this item?
Yes, thank you, Chair. A little bit of a recap on how we're landing here this evening, which I think is an important milestone. If you recall, in 2020, Portland's Black community leaders put forth the concept for a Center for Black Student Excellence, CBSC, which the PPS board later approved. In the fall of 2020, voters approved a bond measure that also enabled Black-led and serving educational organizations in the albino community to engage in the design and the implementation of CBSC. The core idea behind the Center for Black Student Excellence is comprised of a few components. You're going to hear about those. It's fundamentally a place, an approach, a design that celebrates a comprehensive Black and African American history. Since the inception, the PPS Innovation Studio was tasked with facilitating the design and engagement process using its equity design methodology. Here tonight to share with you the result of many months of engagement, very successful engagement, is Camille Adevdo, the manager for the Innovation Design Studio, as well as Dr. Kimberly Armstrong, our chief academic officer, who's also been acting executive sponsor for the project more recently. I want to acknowledge Dr. Cheryl Proctor, who has served as the executive sponsor for the project out at the moment, who's also played a foundational role in this engagement. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Camille.
Thank you. Do we have projection? Thank you.
And I think we have a presentation.
Yeah, I did get one.
Do we have tech on second?
I know you all have a presentation. Why don't we go ahead and start? Maybe Roseanne? Okay, thank you. You can go ahead. We have it here. We'll bring it up on the screen in a minute. So.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, Board of Directors, Superintendent Guerrero, Student Representative McMahon. I'm really excited to be with you all this evening. I'm Camille Idedevo. I use she and her pronouns. My last name is spelled Idedevo, and I have the privilege of being the founder of Portland Public Schools Innovation Studio. I am joined by Dr. Armstrong. You want to say hello to the people?
Good evening, Dr. Armstrong, Chief Academic Officer.
It'll come up in just a second, but you can go ahead and start. We have it up on our screens, so.
Okay. Are the other people going to see?
They will in a minute. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
We're about an hour
All right,
behind, so if we
beautiful,
can
beautiful.
keep going, that'd be great.
Let's
Thank
get
you.
into it. So in the spring of 2022, Portland Public Schools asked for the Innovation Studio to facilitate the design and engagement process for the Center for Black Student Excellence. I want to be really clear that we got to this point after decades and decades of advocacy from Black community members, Black Portlanders, and so by no means can we take all of the credit for getting us to this point. So I just want to honor the elders, the advocates, and those of us the people in this community that have gone before us. So we were asked to facilitate the design and engagement process. I also want to say for the record that the Innovation Studio is a problem-solving accelerator. So what that means is that we take complex challenges in the system, and then we empower the people who will be most impacted to then co-create the solutions, co-design the solutions. Our design methodology is rooted in, of course, what the field says about design strategy and innovation, but it's also influenced by what this community values. We created a design process. When we created the design process, the community was really clear that things like history and healing and humility needed to overlay the design process. And this narrative dates back to when we did the visioning process in 2018, 2019. This having an orientation to healing in public design and engagement has really been the difference. And that is why having partners on the project like Dr. Renee Mitchell and the I Am More team has been incredibly important. Shout out to you all wherever you are. Indeed. So we were met with the challenge to lead the design and engagement process for the Center for Black Student Excellence. Here in the Innovation Studio, we believe in what is called problem-driven innovation. So that means we needed to understand what problem the Center for Black Student Excellence was going to respond to. So we dedicated the first several months of the project to exploration. We were in schools directly speaking with students, staff, parents, and we were also reviewing what the research says, what the data says about the condition of Black students. It is no surprise, or it should be no surprise to those of you who are our board members, that the data is dismal as it relates to our Black students. And so all of that culminated into what we now understand to be our problem statement, that decades of underinvestment, systemic racism, and lack of coordinated systems of support and discriminatory practices have resulted in an enduring opportunity and achievement gap for Black students in Portland. However, I have to say that it would be impossible to do this work if there wasn't some hope that we had. Being in community and often being the face for the institution sometimes it's not easy. Often it's not easy. But I've had to believe in the opportunity ahead, which has been that we get to redefine the future by advancing a culture of Black excellence while meaningfully integrating joy and healing, unifying and elevating the Black educational experience, and improving outcomes for Black students. That is the whole reason we exist. And how we do that is the Center for Black Student Excellence, which we now understand to be a place, yes, but it's not enough for us to just build a pretty building. It also has to be an approach, so the way that we think differently about Black student learning, and then a redesign of our system to ensure that aligned coordination of efforts in the direction of Black students. So, through this presentation, I hope that you can see clearly through this package of infrastructure, strategies, and programs that, again, all of our work collectively aims to do those three things. Advance a culture of Black student excellence, unify and elevate the Black educational experience. So again, that's that bringing together of resources, of programs, of strategies, and then ultimately improving outcomes. All right, next slide, please. I also want to go ahead and honor our co-designers in this process. To our students, to our staff, our partners, our community members, the Center for Black Excellence Steering Committee, I Am More, Co-Locate Design, Imagine Black Futures, 30-Point Strategies, Marketing Box, and the many other project partners. And ultimately, Dr. Cheryl Proctor, who is absent at this time. I just want to say thank you, because we truly could not have done this process, we could not have produced this package without the community. What you'll see in this slide and the next is the process that we took to get to this point. The Center for Black Student Excellence vision is comprised of more than 150 different engagement opportunities. And that doesn't account for the late night phone calls, the pulling people into back rooms, you know what I'm saying? There was a lot of effort to steward over relationships to get people to the table on this project. And so, as we move forward, next slide. What I first want to walk you through, next slide, is a world where the Center for Black Student Excellence is fully realized. It looks and it sounds a little something like this. Next slide. One of the things that we asked of community during the several months of engagement is, what is Black student excellence? There was not a single definition that people had, which is to be expected. But what we've been able to come up with is that Black student excellence is defined as student efficacy, their connection to the community and knowledge of themselves, mastery of foundational concepts, and ultimately perseverance in the learning experience. In this vision, in addition to core academics, students can demonstrate confidently, they can demonstrate confidence and the skillful ability to share boldly on topics of interest. They recognize that their excellence is innate, so we don't have to prove the excellence of students. They reclaim their own cultural narrative, and joy is visibly present as students cultivate a practice of healing even on days that they don't feel their best. Now, this is inclusive of all students in the African diaspora, regardless of linguistic, ethnic, or experiential diversity. Again, I said the Center for Black Student Excellence is a place, an approach, and a redesign of the system. With the place, it serves as a resource to students, to educators, to our partners, to families, to ensure that they have somewhere that they can go and gather and experience Black joy and healing. It ultimately is complementary to the educational experience. Next slide. Our approach is exemplified through measurable outcomes across student, staff, and partner groups. It talks a lot about student leadership development and various ways of knowing and learning. In the redesign of the system, we move away from silos to community networks, and power is redistributed. At the district level, we can assure that all of our efforts are coordinated. And even as we get out into the community, people can see their clear pathways to get involved and influence Black student success. Next slide. Next slide. So now I want to get into the physical place. Again, I said we will have a place, right? The Center for Black Student Excellence will be a physical location. But this section really refers to how we design the space in response to what the community has said that we collectively value and prioritize. Next slide. So the dominant narrative in community is that we want a single location, at least first, right? A single place to go to, even though we recognize that schools within the Albina area will also have some spatial components embedded into them to complement this vision. Some of the space types that have been identified are rooted in these community narratives. The ones that have come to the top are healing, justice, and community care, safety, holistic support, pathways to success, a collaborative ecosystem, and fostering Black joy. And so what we see in the types of spaces that we want to be in the Center for Black Student Excellence, we see places for play, as an example, like what we see on the screen, where youth can come together and gather and experience respite and restoration. Next slide. We know that we want spaces for collaboration. So again, in that effort to unify the Black students' educational experience, thinking about the ways that all of our various partners and educators and families can come together for opportunities to collaborate and plan and collectively conspire to a certain degree. So places for collaboration. On the next slide, we see places for gathering. If you speak to anyone who is from Portland or who's been here for a really long time, I often hear stories about the village and what Northeast Portland used to feel like and be like when there was a large concentration of the Black community here in the Albina area. And so what might it look like to recreate a version of that in the Center for Black Student Excellence, where people can gather and experience that togetherness, that joy, that connection. Next slide. Also places for care. So this has a lot to do with thinking about the full spectrum from our youngest, from our youngest learners all the way through to our elders? How do we foster intergenerational connection? And also mutual aid, right? Allowing for our students to access essential resources. There was a really fun conversation about how we're preparing students for for green futures and the world ahead of us. And so we see things like an urban garden. Next slide. And I believe this is one of our last sections in the place, but also places for research. Even though this project is really led by community advocacy, it's also very much undergirded by Black scholarly research. So, yes. And so, places for research, again, to foster improving outcomes. So a cultural archive is what we see. Places for celebration to showcase the various ways our students show up in all of their excellence. So whether it's through the arts or the sciences or through whatever their craft is, having a space to constantly serve as a reminder that our students are phenomenal. And then lastly, places for innovation. Recognizing that Black culture is one of innovation. We've always been inventive. So creating opportunities for students to explore various pathways in the Center for Black Student Excellence. And so these are the types of spaces that the community has imagined and dreamed of. And so this is the beginning of how we're thinking about the physical place of the Center for Black Student Excellence. Next is the approach. So the Center for Black Student Excellence, it really is a constellation of those academic programs, those strategies, those supports, those experiences that are supported by the physical building, physical infrastructure. And the coming together of all of those things form a transformational approach to Black student learning. This approach really does rely on the integration of that positive cultural identity development, student leadership, with culturally affirming teaching and learning. In this approach, we also have to recognize that the student experience is influenced by the adults that are closest to them. So that includes their educators and families. And so in this approach, in order for this to be successful, we've also had to attend to the needs of students, their families, and our educators. I'm only gonna touch on a few of the things that get me the most excited, and you all can go through this a little bit later, but in the next slide, in this section, we're gonna talk about curriculum and instruction, student support, family support, the educator bit, and then also some of the advocacy positions that the community is calling for. So with curriculum and instruction, one of the things that I get the most excited about, in recognition that Albina has been the hub of the historic Black community, is the formation of a new pathway in Northeast Portland schools. And so the Albina Arts Excellence and Culture Pathway, where we can see aligned coordination between our elementary schools, our middle school, and even Jefferson High School. So Boise Elliott Humboldt, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Kairos PDX, Harriet Tubman Middle School, and Jefferson High School. And this pathway really being characterized by that coordination, that tight thread through all of those various grade bands. Rigorous experiential learning, where the physical place serves as a resource to student learning. Visual and performing arts. I get really excited about seeing what a fully articulated pathway can look like from elementary school all the way through to high school. Year-round Black history embedded across disciplines. Schools as community hubs with cultural celebrations, and then ultimately career exploration that roots our students in green careers, business and marketing, product design, biotech, and IT, and construction. And so I get very, very excited in this section. And I also get really excited that there has been an unapologetic call for Black history in general for all students across the organization that is rooted in culturally relevant instruction. As we move forward into student support, one of the things that I get really, really excited about is our opportunity, next slide, to influence and to be able to touch Black students across the entire PPS school district. And how we can do that is through Black student union programming and leadership development. And so in this particular section, this is where the thinking is around creating alignment in the Black student union programming so that regardless of where students find themselves, they can all be connected under the same learning and development continuum. And then also extending that into the actual Center for Black Student Excellence where students can connect with one another across schools and then get involved in district level decision making. In the next section for family support, one of the things that I'd like to highlight, next section, please, that again, family support refers to the programming, the resources, and knowledge building opportunities for parents and caregivers. But what I get excited about is when I see a call for a parent or caregiver academy. What we heard a lot about was sometimes parents just don't know what they don't know. And so how might we build the capacity of our parents and caregivers to be champions of their students in PPS schools across the organization? And so I get really excited about seeing something like that. I'll keep going. There's a lot that excites me in this document, but I'll just keep going to the educator capacity building section. So this refers to the continuum of activities to support educators through their entire employee life cycle. We've heard time and time and time again, we need to increase the presence of Black educators in our schools. And while we continue to aggressively move forward on our recruitment efforts, there's also an accountability that we have as Portland Public Schools to ensure that all educators are equipped to serve our students wherever they sit. And so I'll go to the next slide. The one thing that gets me really excited about this section is when we talk about culturally responsive instruction and the connection to the Center for Black Student Excellence, where the Center for Black Student Excellence can serve as the incubator of effective classroom management and culturally responsive practices, where they can try things and test things, and then it can scale to the entire organization, where the Center for Black Student Excellence becomes a place where we get a standard for some of these training courses that all educators should benefit from. I also get excited when I think about how we retain Black educators by continuing to pour into them and create spaces for them to be taken care of also and have affinity, and then also have a pathway to continue and develop their own skills. Next slide. Our advocacy simply refers to various positions that the community is calling for. But one thing I do want to celebrate that has happened over the course of the past several months is we solidified our right to return process. Yes, indeed. The right to return allows for students whose families have a connection to Northeast Portland for them to come back easily if they would so like to, so that they can really benefit from this Black experience that we're creating here in Portland, in Northeast Portland. And so that's a huge win, and there are some things that we're gonna need to make that happen, including transportation as one of the positions that the community is calling for. The last section that I want to touch on is the system redesign. And as I begin to come to a close, I just want to name that the system redesign really it refers to changes in the way that Portland Public Schools does business and our priorities to ensure that we can have accelerated implementation of the Center for Black Student Excellence efforts. As a designer with a lowercase d, I believe that every system is perfectly designed for its outcomes. And so if our students are not thriving, it is not an indication on their capability, but it is an implication on us as a system. So we know that Portland Public Schools has a really bold and audacious vision and strategic plan. And so in addition, what we've done is identified some community priorities that align nicely, but we've put a Black lens on these strategic priorities. Next slide. And so as a system, it is our responsibility to build a collective sense of trust and belonging, both inside of the organization, across teams, but also with community. We need to establish a practice of strategic foresight and sustainable teaming structures, so the ability for us to think a year out, 18 months out, 2 years out, so that people are not burnt out by the time we get to the middle of the year. And we establish the teaming structures to support where we're going for the year or the next 2 years. Embed a system-wide data-driven continuous improvement practice, and also sharing our data with our partners who are also serving our students, so that if anything needs to change, they are equipped to do so. We need to implement a proactive, effective, and creative communication practice, recognizing that we have to get very creative with the platforms that we use and the way that we reach out to community. We need to cultivate and promote aligned community partnerships. Again, all coming together under a shared vision of what we want to be true, so that we can measure that. We need to develop a coherent system-wide community engagement approach, so that community members are not having different experiences depending on where they enter into a conversation with Portland Public Schools. We need to develop a high-quality, thriving workforce, and especially expand our pipeline of Black educators. We need a digital infrastructure that supports all of this to create schools as community hubs where the community can join in and participate in what's happening inside of our schools. We need reimagined responses to safety and security, and ultimately, we need a way to be able to sustain this effort in the long term. Not just at this moment where we have a good, diverse board, but into the future to ensure that Black students remain a priority. So this is the Center for Black Student Excellence agenda as a place, an approach, and a redesign of the system. Thank you.
I think it's on. Is it not on? Testing?
If you keep talking, I think.
Okay, keep talking. There we go. Just really quickly, I want to say that the leadership action for Ms. Camille has been beautifully executed. And that it was easy to step into this work as a substitute sponsor, because I believe in our students, I believe in our community, I believe in the actions from the boardroom to the classroom, and the collectiveness of us. And so as we move forward into planning and designing phase 2, I want to publicly thank many of the community members I see in here was with us on those weekends over this last year, and those who have yet to join. Just wanted to say how appreciative I am of Ms. Camille and the community that's been with us.
So thank you. This is amazing, and I just the passion you bring to this work comes through every time you come and brief us about it, and I really appreciate that. I want to open it up for some general comments and thoughts. One thing just off the bat, as you were going through, just to sort of get it started. There's so much in here that is collaborative with the community, with other governments, with just a lot of different partners. And I know, going back to some of those early slides, you talked about, we've done a lot of that engagement. And I'm thinking about, just even as you're going through this, I'm thinking about so much of it's intergovernmental, right? Like we're talking about family supports, community supports. I mean, this is something that I'm just excited because that whole idea of we can do a lot in the schools, but if those wraparound services, if those other governments aren't helping, we can only go so far. And I think and then the same thing with some of the other, in terms of collaborating with our community, collaborating with our workforce, collaborating with, other stakeholders. You've already done a lot of that outreach, but there's a huge amount to do. What's that plan as we look forward? Like, as we move forward with this, how do we bring Multnomah County I know you've talked to them, but how do we bring them to the table to say, like, you're part of this success? Like, we're only going to be successful if you're there. City of Portland, same thing. State of Oregon, same thing.
Yeah, well, just really quickly, our next phase will be hiring our director for the Center of Black Student Excellence and creating that implementation plan that gets at pulling all of those wonderful identified objectives and hopeful outcomes together to move forward. So that's the next phase as we're ending the design process and now starting to craft out that implementation plan.
Great, thanks. I just want to be clear, you were done with the presentation, right? I know we got through the slide deck. Was there anything more, Dr. Armstrong?
Just praising her.
Of course, no, that's what we should all be doing, 100%. Let me open it up to board thoughts, comments, observations.
I'll take up where you left off, Dr. Armstrong. And Camille, I know you don't like praise heaped upon you, but this whole process has just been so admirable, and it was very messy from the outset because we had a dream and we had a vision, but we didn't have a roadmap at all. And there were a lot of people who were frustrated by that and wanted to see timetables and thought we were moving too slowly. But our commitment that we made at the beginning was that this would be collaborative and this would be a dream realized with our community. And I think you have shepherded that very authentically. And it's been so great to see how much participation there's been, how many people tell me that they showed up here, they showed up there, what's been going on all over the city that has culminated in this work. And I also want to say, aside from that engagement process, this as an artifact, the way it's been articulated is just mind-blowing. So it's just so exciting. This is just the beginning for our students, but I'm really proud, Superintendent Guerrero and our leadership team, that we had this audacious idea and that we put it in the bond, which was supported by our community, and that we're making it come true for our students. So thank you. Thank you again. And everybody in the community, everybody who's showing up tonight, who's still a part of it and who's willing to keep working on it to realize it.
We're going to go down the line. I'm going to also praise you. I've been so incredibly impressed and so proud of you, too, as an elder, for the work to get us here today. I'm really also really happy to see the breadth of engagement that we've had. There's in our community, there's people that show up regularly, and then there's others that don't get invited as often. So to see representation from East Portland, from IRCO, from the immigrant refugee community, and also the recognition that Black people come from all over the place. There's such a thing as a diaspora, and to see that represented is really, really cool. I'm appreciating this photo where that was such a pretty dress I was wearing. It's cut off. It's right in the middle. But that's okay. The gist of this work is that we're going to end up with an artifact of our vision and a vision that Black Portlanders have had for a very long time. I appreciate your sponsorship of the project, and I'm just really excited to see what comes of all this work. Thank you.
I don't know who said this poem or whatever it is that I'm about to say, but it says, "On the plains of hesitation lie the bones of countless millions who at the dawn of victory sat down to rest and in resting died." This is not a season for us to let up. In all the praise and applause that you're getting, take that and use that to fuel you. Use that to give you the strength, the fire to keep pushing, because it's only going to get more and more complicated from here, because now we have to start actually talking about money, and it takes money to buy land, and we have to make the hard decisions, and we have to do the big tasks. But this is not a season to let down or to think, you know what, I've done great, I can take a break. Because in taking a break, then it's like, why get back up? I feel good resting. This feels nice. Nobody is talking about me. Everybody is applauding me. Everybody is saying, good job. It feels good. But this is not the season that we're in. We're not in a season, not for the Black community. There's a lot of talk going around, and everybody likes to talk about great stuff when it comes to Black people, and we like to talk about Black people. Oh, this is going to be great. This is going to be great. But when it comes actually time to write the check, people want to slow down. This is not the time, this is not the season to let up. You keep driving it, you keep pushing it, and you keep going regardless of whether or not they like you or don't like you. They'll like you today, tomorrow they won't, but that's not why you're doing this. This is too big for the Black community. So keep going, keep pushing, keep doing what you know you're supposed to be doing. And the ones that are with you are with you. The ones that aren't, they don't matter anyway. Let it be like water on the duck's back and let it roll right off. It shouldn't matter. Keep doing what you're doing. This is not the season to rest, but good work.
Yes, not the season to rest, but damn, you should feel good right now, because this is just such amazing work. I look at this page and I am just baffled by all of the work and support that went into this, because, and I want to say what you said before, is that it took people to get here, not only to make this presentation or to create this beautiful book or to engage all the people that I know you work so hard to do, but it took so many people to get us to the point where this was even in consideration. And I just agree with what Director Green was saying, like, we have to keep going. And I am so proud and happy that we have such an amazing person who is leading this charge, and such an amazing person that's behind her and this whole amazing community of people who have just worked so hard and effortlessly and against all the odds. And I know for all the students that will benefit from this, all the students who have worked to create this, and all the students that fought to get here, this is a big moment for us. And I said, I hope that when it comes time to sign the check, that we are able to really see this through, because this is what we need, and this is how we work to solve the systematic issues that we've seen in Portland and the systematic oppression of Black students in this school district and in this nation. And so I know this is just the beginning, but I hope that we can take this as such a bright and exciting beginning, because it really is.
I just was reflecting on how we talked today about a lot of things and heard a lot of testimony, and for me, the investment in this, the investment in the administration, the investment in the people who were part of the creation of this and will be in the implementation. It's a large crew, and the investments we're making within the district is all about, this is what it's supposed to look like, right? The work we're doing to really elevate and make change and do things differently. And I think when we have this sort of, it almost feels like in the classroom versus administration, or student direct service versus things that happen in other spaces. And this is as we implement this is the coming together of that, right? This is the hope behind those investments we're making across the district to really change things. And we're not there yet. We have a lot of work still to do. This is a great space to be in. And it's this hopefulness of how can we continue to push this forward. And you are at the center of that. And I know there's a huge team that also is part of this and is working together to really listen and invest and change the system. Like we talked about, we can't keep doing things the same way. And this type of work is exactly those steps in the right direction. So thank you.
So I join everybody else in thinking this is, it's beautiful. and really appreciate everybody who had a piece of it. I think back to 2020 when we were putting together the bond, and there was a line item for $60 million for the Center for Black Student Excellence. And when people said, well, what is that? We said it was going to be co-created. And I was a little bit, I thought when we put that out there to the voters that we would be challenged on it, that's not a big sentence for $60 million. But our community believed in it, and we believed in it, and I think tonight we see what happens when you believe and you co-create. Artifacts can sit on shelves, or they can be looked back on as they were the roadmap for action and the enactment of a beautiful vision. And I firmly believe this is going to be the latter. And Director Green talked about everybody not stopping. I think from the board's perspective, we need to think about what our next call to action for the next steps of what we as a board need to do to support the enactment of the vision. So the community's done a lot of heavy lifting, and we have some heavy lifting that we need to do to help with the next steps, and I'm looking forward to the community helping co-create that call to action for what we need to do to make this a reality. So thanks everybody for your work on this.
Thanks. I want to, did you say something? You're going to go last. Okay. No, I was just going to say, there's one thing I didn't want to go unsaid, and you kind of briefly mentioned it, but what we're doing here is different than what has happened in a lot of other places. And I think it's just, I don't want to give a lot of voice to that, but I think it's worth acknowledging that what we are seeing in many places in this country, it is the erasure of Black voices, of Black history, of Black experiences, and it's not subtle. It is full-on anti-Black racism that is happening as we take these out of the curriculum and all these other actions that are happening. And I just want to say I'm very proud of you. I'm very proud of our superintendent. I'm very proud of my colleagues on this board. I'm very proud of our community for supporting this, because we aren't just sort of hunkering down and saying, "Oh, I hope that goes away." We're leaning into this. We're going the other direction, and we're saying this is a time for action, and it's a time for movement, and this is amazing. So thank you.
Ms. Camille, I just want to say you are a jewel. You have taken this by the horns, and you and your team has made something that is just remarkable. And I just want to let you know that you are one of the most underpaid for the work that you have done. And I'm letting everybody know, board, superintendent, that the type of work you've done work of 2 or 3 people. And that's an understatement of the values and hard work and the hours of bringing stuff down. I was at the Lloyd Center, you're bringing stuff down in your car, you're taking stuff back up in your car, and all of the things that you've done to make this thing what it is today. And so just know that you are a gem, you are a queen in this community, and thank you so much.
Thank you. There is no vote on this tonight, so
Clearly, we're all pro Camille.
we are absolutely. I think she's got a raise.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next up, we're actually going to talk about budget, except with the allowance of the board. I want to just move the Jefferson contract up, and then we'll have the budget conversation after the Jefferson contract. And so, moving things around just a little bit. Next, we have before us for approval the contract for Anderson Construction as the contractor for the Jefferson Modernization Project. Superintendent Guerrero. Sorry, I moved things around
Caught
on
me
you
off
at the
guard.
last
I had to
minute.
find a different set of notes. Well, there's been a lot of interest for many obvious reasons on behalf of the Jefferson community and our school board on this project. I just want to speak to some of the commitments that we've heard Anderson Construction make as part of their proposal. They've proposed several actions that are aimed with the objective of promoting the use of minority contractors and benefit for the Jefferson community using the Minority Business Enterprise General Contractor Consortium on this Jefferson modernization project. All of the General Contractor Consortium members are certified by the State of Oregon Certification Office for Business Inclusion and Diversity as minority-owned businesses. Anderson has committed to sharing 20% of its fee directly with the consortium partners, as well as provide mentoring and growth opportunities. Anderson will direct an additional 30% of its fee to a community investment fund managed through the Portland Opportunities Industrialization Center, otherwise known as POIC. So thank you for being here. This community investment fund will be earmarked to support the placement of pre-apprentice labor into the project, food and service vendors that can support the project, and other community businesses and activities that support the Jefferson community based on POIC's discretion. Additionally, Anderson has been in partnership with Self-Enhancement Incorporated, SEI, for 3 years on a professional apprenticeship program that specifically recruits within Black and other communities of color. The program has led to Anderson currently employing 3 full-time project technicians, including 1 Jefferson HS alumnus on Northeast Portland job sites. And Anderson will be hiring a Jefferson graduate as a full-time project technician every year, each of the years of the 4-year Jefferson High School project construction duration. So just wanted to point out a few features of this particular award.
Great. Thank you, Superintendent. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 6714, expenditure contract that exceed $150,000 for delegation of authority?
Motion.
Second.
Director Hollins moves, Director DePass seconds. And Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment?
Yes. Dominic Waters.
Thank you, Mr. Waters, for being here.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you for having me. A little nervous, but here we go.
Don't be.
My name is Dominic Waters, last name W-A-T-E-R-S. My topic is Jefferson. The education of minorities in the construction industry has never been a priority in the state. The idea of putting processes and procedures in place to greatly improve the odds of serious minority contractors to play a larger role in these opportunities to build these schools is great, and it's needed. It starts with the access to real-life education in the field in order to gain the invaluable knowledge and experience. This should be the focus of the new framework that is in consideration. Education is the power. Having minority groups involved from the outset is key to the evolution of minority contractors. But be cautious not to overload the minority contractors with too much work, because it's very easy to get over your head and leads to failure. 60% of minority contractors fail in the first 5 years. It is a fair assumption that that number is greater for minority companies. We must be cognizant not to give them more responsibility than they have capacity for. We must also find ways through the school system to educate the youth on construction and how cool it is and how much free space it is in the industry for them to build if they understood the opportunity. But they must learn the trade, and again, the education is the power. The Jefferson project is finally taking shape to become a reality, where the design is being drawn and reviewed by the team that is to build this beautiful home for the PIL Heart and Soul. To be honest, the community doesn't really care much about who's building it as much as they do that it's actually being built. The bigger issue is the system is wrong. The framework for how contractors are selected is a state issue, not a PPS issue. This is the right fight, but I believe it's not the right timing. Are we really willing to let the community suffer more? Any delays impact the students' lives, and the project has been delayed enough. Having a beautiful campus like the suburban schools, or like Grant, or like the one that's been built at Benson, gives these kids and this community a bright spot. Jefferson in our district is in crisis with the student population. Just imagine what it would look like if this project is delayed another year before another year of pre-construction takes place. The timeline you have written on your agenda may be a bit underestimated. Our job is to serve these students, and your job is to serve the best interests of these students. This community needs a boost. Why are we even talking about the idea of delays when we know it's too late in the process responsibly to put a halt to the effort to replenish this community? Again, we all deserve a new Jefferson. The reputation of PPS as an owner and a school system is on the line in so many ways. We are already losing students and their families for many reasons. This is an opportunity for the board in an effort to salvage and win families back, to make this community and the entity of Portland Public Schools attractive again via sports and education, as well as proper decision-making as a whole. This delay sets the community back, it sets PPS back. We must make the right choice and give the Jefferson community, which is the heart and soul of this district, as well as a well-deserved makeover. It has taken too long, and stop playing with this community. Do it on somebody else's time, not Jefferson's. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cannon Chapman.
Welcome. Thanks for waiting.
No problem. I'm involved in all the initiatives, so I got a good learning experience sitting there since 5:45.
Yeah.
It's my understanding that I could bring 2 people along with me to the front and spend my same 3 minutes. Is that correct? Or is that not correct? I was told that.
I think with the board's approval, yes, let's go ahead and do that. And just if we could try and stay within 3 minutes or
We're
close
going
to
to
it,
stay
that'd be
within
great.
our 3 minutes, but again, thank you. Yep.
Talking fast.
All right. Hello, my name is Cannon Chapman, C-H-A-T as in Tom, M-A-N. I co-lead our Anderson Construction Business Development Department. I've been the lead in tracking and actually putting our pursuit team together for the last 4 years in regards to the Jefferson Modernization Project. But I'm not here to necessarily talk on behalf of Anderson. I'm actually a son of the city, raised in Portland, been around in the Jefferson community for over 4 decades. Me and my wife just celebrated our 24th anniversary, 34 years together. Met in the cafeteria at Jefferson in '89. Now an Astro. That's hard pill to swallow. I am a Benson graduate, but I'm a Jefferson kid that was ultimately bused to Benson because my mother felt that it was a better opportunity, so I had to walk to 15th, hop on the 8, get off at Lloyd Center, walk through the park, walk across the bridge, and get on campus and do the same thing for 4 years, all the way through. My wife went to Jefferson High School as a graduate in '91. Our oldest son, Cameron Chapman, finished in 2014 Jefferson High School. Our middle son, Khalil, finished in 2018 at Jefferson High School. And our daughter, Brooklyn, is a junior now, and she has 1 more year at Jefferson. She'll graduate next year. So when I say I'm entrenched in Jefferson, I'm not going to say demo I say, but demo I say. To echo what Mr. Waters said, I'm here to really just kind of represent that this process has really been thought out thoroughly. There's been a lot of time spent in understanding how we don't really get this many opportunities. There's a lot of chances to build schools, but who's really going to do the work? Anybody who was up to build this project was capable of building the project, but the work that needs to be done to raise our student body from under 600 to we can't have a $500 million building and have 500 students. There's some heavy lifting that needs to be done, and a lot of things have been already done. We've started a lot of initiatives. We will continue to have these initiatives, and it wasn't predicated on winning the award to build the new school. We'll continue to do what we need to do because Jefferson needs it. We just so happen to have an alliance and have a company behind us in Anderson Construction that could actually be a resource and an asset in helping us reach some of those goals. I brought 2 of my friends with me, and it's okay. They understand. They're going on short notice that have been with me through this jaunt. We've been friends and been connected by the hip as young boys for over 30 years, and now here as young men still pioneering and being in this exact same community, trying to give back and make sure that we throw the rope back over the fence.
I think, hey, Kara, we had one more slot available on this. Is that right?
No, there's someone in that spot, yeah.
I thought there were 3 slots. There are not 3 slots?
There's one more person.
You got one more.
Joe McFerrin with Portland OIC and the Rosemary Anderson High School. I would just say that I am really excited about being a part of this project. There are so many benefits to this project for small businesses in our community. Dominique Waters, I remember him when he was this big. And this project is going to give him and others an opportunity to have experiences that'll have a multi-generational impact, not only on his family, but folks close to his family. And he'll then continue that on and open doors for the next generations to come. I'm also excited about playing a small part in getting resources out to the community from this project. So small businesses will benefit, as well as the Jefferson School will benefit from those dollars that have been set aside by Anderson. So I'm excited.
I'll be brief. Orlando Williams, last name Williams. I too am a son of the city. Family came to Oregon in the 50s, and I remember receiving government cheese at Jefferson High School, standing in line as a small child. And why I say that is because it was always a hub for the city. It was a hub for political activism. It was a hub for Black empowerment. It was always that. And it's time to restore it. There's no need to delay that restoration. Not only the restoration of the physical place, but the spiritual and monumental essence of the North and Northeast Portland student body. I am also the chair of Self-Enhancement, Inc. I was the first Mr. Self-Enhancement jacket winner, and my first opportunity to win that jacket was at Jefferson High School. And now coming full circle, having the opportunity to see this project come to full fruition is an absolutely amazing feat, and I am inspired by the opportunity that you have before you today to make an incredible decision to move this project forward, not only for the community, but for the students that Jefferson serves. And I am a former Techman. I am now an Astro, proudly.
Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, really appreciate it.
Tyler Brown.
One more time. Okay. Oh.
Tyler Brown.
Great.
Tyler Brown. I'm Rosie Boyer. Tyler texted me this evening and asked if I could stand in for him because he couldn't make it. So I'm here from Dr. Martin, Rosie Boyer, B-O-Y-E-R, she, her. And sorry, I'm a little nervous too, but that's how it goes. At least I don't have to see everyone behind me. That'll be easier. So I'm from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Elementary School. I'm on the PTA. I'm the treasurer. Tyler Brown is the vice president. Tiffany Robinson is the president. And they wrote this letter, which you all probably received from Tiffany, and we are now thanking you for the opportunity to share our concern regarding the potential delay of the Jefferson Modernization Project. We fully support the efforts of the board to place the highest standards of equity in PPS purchasing and contracting. However, we are concerned that revising the awarded Jefferson contract pits a desire for equity in contracting against the timely completion of the long overdue modernization of Jefferson High School, the first historically black school in PPS slated to undergo modernization. Very long overdue. We encourage the board to revisit PPS's purchasing and contracting process with equity in mind ahead of the Cleveland modernization project and future construction projects, but please do not make the Jefferson community wait even longer to receive the school facilities they deserve. Please remember your responsibility to advocate for and prioritize the students. Respectfully, the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Elementary PTA Board.
Thank you. And I did just get a text that I believe Pastor Hennessy was on the wait list to speak and may be here now. Is that the case?
What? Matt Hennessy?
Would
If
you
y'all
like-
don't let that preacher come on down here, y'all better. I'm gonna go against whatever he say.
Thank you for being
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, to Vice Chairman, to the entire board. For the record, my name is J.W. Matt Hennessy, the pastor of Vancouver Avenue First Baptist Church just up the street. And I did send a letter, and actually, you're going to be shocked by this. Pastors love the opportunity to get in front of people and talk. I want to be real clear. We do know that, right, Pastor Green? But I would like to say that much of what has been said is in my letter to you. I would beg you not to delay. This is an extremely important initiative by the Portland Public Schools. I'm proud of you for the process that you put together. I'm grateful for the number of people that were involved in the process. And I would just like to say that my hope, my prayer, is that you'll move on. There are a lot of great things that are going to come out of this, and it'll be very, very good for the black community. That's what I wanted to say. I know you're shocked, but that's it.
I want Pat.
They brought him out specifically for me.
I want Pat.
Because there were very few people that I admonished as much as this young man, and Andrew did this.
I'm just hoping. No. I want Pastor Green to take some notes on that because that was succinct and direct. And I made some.
I can't do it.
All right, with that, I think we're done with testimony. Open up for board comment and conversation, etc.
So I do want to make some comments. So just bear with me. It's going to be about 10 minutes long. So I don't usually talk this long. But, you know, I prayed about this and I thought about it and took time to write this. So I just want to, let me give you some context today about the comments that I'm going to share with you tonight. I'm going to share with you the illusion of equity, a false impression of effectiveness, modern day sharecropping, and how all of these issues are intricately tied to our equity and contracting policy. We can't ignore racism hidden in plain sight. My goal tonight is to remove the veil of hypocrisy and the illusion we call equity and contracting. Back in December of 2021, long before the start of the Jefferson contracting process, I asked our district staff to review our equity and contracting policies, procedures, and practices. I knew the Jeff contract was going to be a great project, and I wanted to make sure we examined all possibilities to make sure the black community was able to fully participate at every level, which in turn would ensure that our community was not prohibited from financially benefiting from this $250+ million project. You heard tonight that process that we used was fair and under the requirements we have. Separate but equal, Jim Crow laws, and slavery was the current process at the time as well. You're also going to hear that the delay, which you heard, the delay in construction will be an injustice to our black children. I agree 100%. But I also agree with injustice is continuing to operate in a broken system. We also heard, we also will hear that as a district we messed up, but we should not let our kids have to suffer for it. My say to that is we as a district bear the responsibility to right our wrongs. That is what real accountability is about. You'll also hear that, there was no protest in this process. Most minority certified contractors will not protest out of fear of retaliation or not getting future job opportunities, or that they will be considered a problem contractor. We as a country, a society, and people have been watching this magic trick from the time Black people were given their freedom from slavery. The trick is named the illusion of equity. It is one of the greatest tricks we've ever been played. Why? Because we're still watching it. The trick is that we use the word equity to promote justice, fairness, equality, while continuing to perpetuate the same systematic racist bullshit. Let me explain illusion one, sharecropping. Following the Civil War, plantation owners further developed sharecropping as a system that could benefit both plantation owners and former enslaved people. However, it is clear that sharecropping agreements were written in such a way that generally favored the landowners, because sharecroppers was often paid as little as 33 to 50% of the harvest they produce. What happened is that after the landlord, former plantation owner, or slave master sold crops, they would tell sharecroppers, due to lack of education, that they're owed more than what the crops were sold for, and therefore the sharecropper would have to continue this arrangement, which left them still in financial slavery, because they would never be able to get out of debt and make a livable wage for their families. Illusion two, separate but equal. Separate but equal refers to the infamously racist decision that allowed the use of segregation laws by states, local governments. Following this decision, a monumental amount of segregation laws were enacted by the state and local governments throughout this country, sparking decades of cruel legal and social treatments for African Americans. The history of separate but equal remains an unnerving past for this country and, of course, our Supreme Court. Separate but equal was a legal doctrine in the United States constitutional law. Racial segregation did not necessarily violate the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution, which normally guaranteed equal protection under the law to all people. Under this doctrine, as long as facilities provided to each race were equal, states and local government could require that services, facilities, public accommodations, housing, medical care, education, employment, and transportation be segregated by race. How this relates to our current educational system. During the era of segregation, the illusion was that Black people were separated but were provided equal facilities. We know that now not to be true. Almost without exceptions, Black students were given inferior buildings and efficient instructional materials. Black educators were generally paid less than their white counterparts and had more students in their classroom. On average, white school collectively had one teacher for every 25 students, while Black schools had one teacher for every 54 students. All of these illusions that we have been subjugated to has led us to the inequities we have today: income inequities, educational inequities, and overrepresentation of kids of color being disciplined at higher rates than their white counterparts, higher rates of kids of color in SPED compared to their white peers, and perhaps even the disproportionate number of people of color being disciplined and receiving a higher number of complaints to HR compared to their white employees. Which brings us to illusion number three, our current equity and contracting policies. This illusion is that our policies and practices will level the playing field and provide more opportunities for minorities and women in contracting here at PPS. Today, even our own policies and practices, we use the same illusion of equity. We have state education legislation for teachers of color, the Oregon Education Equity Act. We're still working on that. On the good side, though, we currently here at PPS have an equity-based funding model that in its purest form means the schools that needs the most gets more. However, when it comes to our equity and contracting policies here at the district, is the exact opposite. For example, minority and other certified firms receive less than 20% average of contract dollars. Sharecroppers got between 33 and 50%. Our firms are not even faring better than sharecroppers. Our current policy only seeks 18% participation. Of those percentages, those are split between multiple minorities and certified groups or firms. So what does this mean is that non-minority certified firms are receiving upwards of 90% of all contract dollars here at the district. As an example, we have $2.4 billion worth of bonds that have went out. With that math, $2.1 billion are going to non-minority certified firms. In the 100+ years of history of Portland Public Schools, there has never been a minority or certified firm general contractor to build or remodernize any one of our 81 schools. While at the same time we tout we're about equity, again, the illusion is that we're an equitable system, providing equitable outcomes for both students, families, staff, and contractors. As a board that governs PPS, we must not continue to perpetuate this broken system and its inequitable practices, processes, and procedures. We must change the historical narrative of sharecropping and separate but equal. I implore each of you to be co-conspirators in making a positive difference as a community member, parent, and most importantly, elected officials. This is contradiction to our own equity-based funding model. I am tired of watching this magic trick. I am tired of using the word equity as a distraction to continue the new version of sharecropping. The mere fact that we have an equity and construction policy in itself, that this tells us that this system is broken, that the disease of racism still permeates throughout our system, and the inequities that have risen out of these diseases are still very present here today in 2023. In closing, I want you to know that there have been many efforts to right this wrong, and there were several equity disruptions along the way. The board and myself were told by members of our executive leadership team that the district realized the importance of this specific contract, the Jeff contract, and that they were already bringing in culture-specific organizations to help us look at our equity and contracting policies, procedures, and practices. Staff entered into a contract with NAMAC, which is the National Association of Minority Contractors, in spring of 2022, with the understanding that NAMAC's work would impact the construction procurement process broadly. In the winter of 2022, it found out that the work never happened, even though staff knew the direction and had committed to it. I went to the superintendent in January, before the Jeff contract even went out, to express my frustration and urgency. And we get this done before the Jeff contract went out. Despite the superintendent's actions of trying to get this done, I feel staff railroaded this through for the CMGC process. I want to make it clear that my objection to this contract has nothing to do with who won the contract. I think Anderson Construction is doing a great job. I think they have great initiatives. I think some of their initiatives is stuff that we should be doing as an owner and not the private industry to be doing. But I am objecting to this illusion of equity and a misguided process that impedes minorities and other certified firms from benefiting more in this process. There was a quote by Andrew Lord that says, "The master's tools will never dismantle the master's house." It's time for folks to do something different if we want different outcomes. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Hollins. Other board comments, questions, conversation?
Director Hollins, I really appreciate your thoughts. I appreciate the time you took to express them and share them. One of the things I want to just respond to, and Mr. Chapman's testimony a little bit about, and Mr. McFerrin's, about the opportunity for students and really creating opportunity in the construction trades, because Gary, to your point, you know, this was the first time minority business has ever bid as a prime contractor on a project. And part of that is, you know, we have a responsibility with all this work to be educating our students to participate in the trades, you know, in construction management and construction leadership roles. We have it as a CTE pathway. It's been growing and building. But I think, you know, we're both the owner of these projects here, and we're also the educator of the workforce, which is a role that I take really seriously and is really important to me. So I want to commend Mr. Chapman and Anderson for really going above and beyond with that part of your proposal, with the POIC part, with the SEI apprenticeships, because we can and we should do a lot more in that respect, because that's what will make a big difference in changing the trajectory of the marketplace. And having more of that economic benefit equitably distributed across our community. So, you know, Gary, you know that I think there's work to be done here within the district in terms of our own sort of interrogation of our practices in minority contracting, and how can we show that it matters to us to be the most progressive and innovative owner, because the $2 billion investment that we're making in with our bond-funded capital programs can and does have an enormous economic effect, and not just in terms of the number of dollars, but in terms of how it is distributed and how it's building capacity in our communities. So some of that work is already underway with a contract with NAMAC, but I'll leave it to those of you and your leadership on the board to make sure that that continues, and also that we really keep an eye on our growing and deepening our CTE opportunities for our students here and our partnerships with the trades, because there's a lot more we could be doing there. So thank you, Anderson team, for coming and shedding a little more light on what this proposal is. And I've been a part of the Jefferson DAG process, and the community is excited. The design process that Bora is leading is innovative, and it's gonna be a beautiful thing.
I also want to thank you, Director Hollins, for your words today, and I echo some of your comments, but I also want to just first thank the PPS staff for leading us through a process that I think had fidelity in terms of having the evaluators evaluate independently, and being thoughtful about the business equity, and also remind us that we have to do so much better. I hate to compare public agencies, but we in terms of our utilization rates are very low compared to other public agencies in Portland. I'm really thrilled to support this project. I think I might be the only one here that attended Jefferson for a couple of years in the late 70s. It was a great experience for me at the time. And at that time, you had to live in the district, and so I had to move in with my grandmother in order to attend that school. And that school's dance programs really saved me. I want to thank Anderson also for your thoughtful, giving back to the community through the Jefferson Women in Action, the goal of $1.2 million in scholarships given out up through 2040, for supporting the Entrepreneurs Club, for partnering with SEI and POC that are really important partners. I'm also going to implore Anderson to consider hiring Black people in leadership positions, not just for the consortium members, but actually on staff, because we can have more impact when we have leadership that's diverse. And then lastly, I'd like to the PPS and Anderson to partner on evaluating the members of the consortium to see if they're actually better off 3 years out. And I say that because we know that economics and economies do well when members of the community can shop locally, and it improves economies the longer a dollar stays within a community. And so I would like to see us partner on measuring, these consortium members, are they better off by growth in the number of employees, for instance? on their bonding capacity, so they're actually building wealth. And then for the growth in revenues, that's how we can tell a business is actually better off for having partnered than not. And I think we do need to evaluate both PPS and Anderson, our impact, our economic impact in this community. I'd like to see that work happen. It should start soon.
Thank you. Other comments?
They brought out the big guns. Y'all brought out a lot of good folks that I highly respect. And so the trade-off here that everyone keeps bringing up is that we're making our kids suffer for a district process. The issue that I have, and the reason I want to make sure that I'm very vocal about this, is that this was not something that we waited to the last minute to talk about. This is not something that we all of a sudden we're now saying this. This is not something that for us was brand new. As Director Hollins was speaking to, we were given the illusion that something was being done that was never being done. So in one hand, it was said that we're doing something. In another hand, no action was being taken. And then you bring it back to us and say, well, if you don't do this, then the kids are going to suffer. And so we just keep kicking the can down the road and say, oh, well, this, if it's about the kids, then you'll eat this. If it's about the kids, then you'll eat this. You eat this and shut up is what I'm hearing. If it's about the kids, you eat this and you shut up because we're doing what's best for the kids. At what point do we stop and we say, I'm done eating trash? Old comedian said, and he got in trouble, so I really hate to use his joke, but he said,
Do you need us to take a quick recess? What do you think about this?
No, it has nothing to do with it.
Do we need to take a break before the joke starts?
No, we don't. But it's like, you can't give me steak on a trash can lid and say, but I'm giving you steak. The delivery was broken. It's not the food that was the problem. It was the way that you delivered it to me. That, yeah, we're doing this, we're doing this. When do we stop talking about equity and start living it out? When do we start making it an actual practice? And then if we're not seeing the equity that we think we're seeing, then when do we start holding our systems accountable and changing, whether that be the systems or whatever the case might be, wherever there's an issue, when do we as a district step up and say, we're going to make sure that we change every system, every process, whatever it is. If it's not doing what we say that we want it to do, then we're going to correct it because we are the district and we can. We are the district. Us sitting at this table, we are the district. So we can make a decision and say, this is what we want to be doing. This is what's best for our district. Or we can keep kicking the can down the road and saying, well, if we don't do this, then our kids suffer. Equity has to become more than a buzzword. It has to become more than something that we say because we want people to like us. It has to become something that we actually live, breathe, and just, it's the essence of who we are. Lifestyles changes. So if I win the lottery today, my lifestyle will change. I know it will, because I'm gonna spend all kind of stuff. I'm one of them people that's probably gonna be broke 2 years after I win the lottery ticket, because exactly, a 4-piece suit every single day. But a way of life is something that no matter what happens, it remains the same. A way of life, it doesn't change because the tide blew one way one day and blew another way the other day. A way of life is simply, this is what it is. The trees drop leaves. The leaves turn into poop or whatever. And all this is just a way of life. The forest is a way of life. We have to make it to the point to where the systems that we have within our district are just a way of life, and they support the Black community, they support the brown community, they support all these marginalized communities that generally don't have a voice, and they have somebody that will finally stand up and speak on their behalf and say the stuff that needs to be said, regardless of whether or not the general public and everybody else likes it. Because nobody in the South liked it when they came and said, we gotta stop these slaves. We got to stop this slavery thing. Nobody liked it. We had a civil war about it because we wanted to keep it. At some point, we're going to have a civil war amongst ourselves where we start saying we're either going to live equity out or we're going to stop talking about it, but we can't do both. I'm gonna vote yes, but I just had to get
I
my
hate
statement
following
out.
Director Green. Although, I'm not gonna use poop in the line. So I wasn't on the board then, this was between my first and second term, but the Jefferson rebuild was in the 2011 bond that voters very narrowly defeated. And I think for a moment, there was the hope that for once Jefferson was going to be first. And that would have been a first for the district to have Jefferson go first in the modernization process. And then for reasons unrelated to Jefferson, it was narrowly defeated. And miraculously, the next couple bonds that happened, the 2012, the 2017 bonds didn't include Jefferson. And, 12 years later, it's Jefferson's time. And, I was looking through this beautiful artifact we got earlier tonight, and on page 118, there's a map that has its organizations serving Black youth. And, no surprise, right in that map, in one of the corners, is Jefferson High School, which has been an anchor in Albina for a long, long time. And it's joined by the North Portland Library, which this last week we saw Multnomah County start the rebuild and the modernization of that library. And PPS also has Boise Elliott Humboldt, Harriet Tubman Middle School, Kairos PDX, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Elementary School, also in that. So if you look at, the mapping of important institutions serving our youth, I say Jefferson really is an anchor in that. And then on top of that, we also have the recent investment from the 1803 Fund and what it's going to do in that area and really enable and uplift and accelerate the revitalization and the recovery of Albina, and Jefferson plays a key role. So I'm going to be a yes to move the project forward. And I'm going to say to Director Hollins that I share your frustration. I think over the last 2 years, there's been several votes in which we have sent a message very clearly where the board, the direction that we wanted to send. And it's frustrating that we're here tonight because I know that you repeatedly raised the issue. It's not at the 11th hour the issue got raised. And two things about the contract I'm going to say is that the fact that we're having this discussion just about the Jeff project is discouraging. This should be the conversation we're having about every one of our projects. It reminds me of the ODOT project in the Rose Quarter that, we're going to have a large minority contractor participation. It's like, why just in that one area? And that's going to require that the district, as Director Hollins indicated, completely change how we do our contracting projects, because it shouldn't just be contracting in the Albina neighborhood where we expect there to be a high level of minority contractor participation. Also will say the NAMAC contract was absolutely a huge error, the fact that it didn't go forward. We had several discussions about it, and the fact that it never got implemented or influenced this whole process is, to me, is like astounding that didn't happen despite repeated discussions about it. So I'm a yes to move the project forward, but really disappointed that we're going to defer the conversation about how we can make fundamental changes. I guess one thing I will say is that I think there's the message maybe from board members is there is a consensus that we need to be doing something fundamentally different in our contracting process.
Okay, I'm just make sure I'm clear. So I want to make sure that this is not about the Jeff contract. This is about our inabilities to look at our equity, not just with our contracting, just in whole. Like, this is a system-wide phenomenon that we have with our district. So it's not just about this contract. And I want to be clear, I'm a yes on this. I just want to make sure I'm going to clear everyone. I'm a yes on moving this forward because once again, I do think our kids deserve this. I am a hard no on us acting like we're talking about equity, we're doing stuff about equity, we're talking about doing stuff for equity, but then our votes don't matter, don't follow that same value. We can say, oh, well, I agree with this, I agree with there's inequities, and I agree with this, but then the vote don't match that. To me, it's sound bites. I'm not here for sound bites. I'm here to try to make some changes for our community, for our kids, and for the educations of our kids. I don't care about people thinking, oh, well, we agree with you, but yet we're going to vote against equity, or the votes is about equity. I get it. Once again, I'm just talking about if we're going to be serious about equity, then that means we should be serious about equity before the next bond goes out. We should be serious about equity before the next levy goes out. And that means we should be having these conversations and these changes before that happens. So while we all sit up here talking about we agree and we understand and we're going to be a yes, I want to make sure that we're a yes when that conversation about equity comes up and we have to vote for a bond measure. And I don't want to hear this political mumbo jumbo about this. I don't want to hear none of that stuff. If we're about equity, then some shit has to change. We have to do stuff differently. We can't just go with the status quo and say, oh, well, we're about equity. That's all I'm saying. And I'll be quiet. But I am a yes, so everybody know.
Well, I think we have we have an opportunity in front of us we've got NAMAC helping us to look at our contracting practices. We could also convene stakeholders and ask them. I mean, this is done over and over and over again. Between the two of us, we have 50 years of procurement and construction between Director Hollins and I. So this is not anything new. It's the same old. But we do have an opportunity. We've hired a contractor. I believe the project has started to give us recommendations to the purchasing and contracting and our school modernization. And we need to hold them accountable, and we need to hold the district accountable for making those changes. And my hope is that we do have these conversations before we need them. So as I understand, this contract will be wrapping up in July, and perhaps staff will take a look at it. But you're right, things need to change as a result of this contract. We shouldn't spend money on a contract and not do anything differently. So I'm hopeful, and I would love to contribute to that conversation because literally just today was told one of our contracts doesn't even have the word COBID in it, and COBID is the State of Oregon certification program that certifies minority and women-owned businesses. And so if we have a contract that doesn't have that term in it, then it means to me that we're not soliciting bids from certified firms. So I think that needs to change.
Okay. With that, thank you for the conversation. The board will now vote on Resolution 6714, expenditure contract that exceeds $150,000 for delegation of authority. All those in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Student Representative McMahon.
Yes, but I definitely just want to say, I think what Gary had to say about, our practices, and then we wave this banner of, oh, look at us, we're performing, and, we're following systems of equity. It doesn't just apply to this contract, it doesn't just apply to our procurement, but it kind of applies to everything. We're talking with, we're listening to public comment, and I think so much of the time we validate our actions based on the fact that we're performing them out of equity, but I think what I really want to like take away from Gary's really well-spoken and full developed comments is that like that isn't just a banner that we can wave to as a proxy for action. And I think sometimes we do that. And I also think it's important to note, like, we are kicking the can down the line. And I think it's in the name of giving Jefferson students finally what they deserve, which I am fully in support of and is why I vote yes. But at the same time, we have to be very, like, we need to acknowledge that we are kicking it down. And the longer that we leave it an issue, the longer it will keep causing problems. And that's not just something we need to look at in terms of construction or in terms of our bond projects, but also something we need to look at whenever we do things. Because as Gary said, we have voted many times in the name of equity, but not always taking the actions that really make that statement true.
Any abstentions? Resolution 6714 is approved by a vote of 7-0, with Student Representative McMahon voting yes. Okay, moving on. Still have a lot on our agenda tonight. Next up is approval of the 2023-24 school year budget. So the board, yeah. So the board is now convened as the Budget Committee. The purpose of tonight is to approve the superintendent's proposed budget for the 2023-24 school year. Superintendent Guerrero.
All right, directors, we are revisiting next year's budget. As we do that, I do want to offer a few thoughts, as well as some updates and additional context as well. Let's start with, as you know, the legislature has been effectively stalled. While the Oregon legislature isn't set to adjourn for a number of more weeks, it seems incredibly possible that they... Should we take a break?
No, it's 10 o'clock. I really want to move through the budget. So, no, this is the approval of the budget moving forward. So, yeah, if we could just get, if we could move conversations in further out into the foyer, that would be great. Thank you very much.
Don't die my thrill. Don't die my thrill.
Thank you. All right, Superintendent, please keep going.
It's seeming incredibly or increasingly possible that the legislature could adjourn without passing new budget bills. They have, however, passed a continuing resolution. You're probably aware. It would extend through September 15th. But without the passage of budget bills, we begin our fiscal year in July with no guarantees of additional revenue. The budget you are considering very much assumes we're getting increased state funding, though it's not enough to maintain our current service level. It was based on the governor's proposed budget, which allotted $9.9 billion to the state school fund. We also, and we appreciate the collective advocacy, we also continue to advocate for full funding of K-12 districts at our operating costs, which would have meant K-12 schools in Oregon receiving at least $10.3 billion. So even the 9.9 was a cut to current operations. So now without action at the state level, we are potentially looking at a far sharper reduction. And just to bring us up to speed, and for the broader listening audience, we're also now receiving really mixed messages from our state leaders about where things are at this point. You may have seen that last night legislative leaders announced that they'll be advancing a purported $10.2 billion.
Sorry, Superintendent, hold on a second. Director
Sorry,
Costam?
can we just stop for a second? Because this is the most important work that we do of the entire year, and I feel like we don't have a focus. And I don't know if this is...
I'm focused, and it's 10 o'clock at night.
I
and
know, but
think
I
if
just
we
mean
delay this
if
by
we
10
can...
minutes, we're moving people out.
I think Gary's trying to get people to quiet down out there, too. And I shut the doors, but maybe...
I think the more we go, yeah.
I felt like you didn't have the attention that was merited by the gravity of the work. I think maybe it's
Would
a
the
little
board like
quieter.
to take a 5-minute break, or would you
I
like
think
to
it's.
continue?
Yeah, I think we're good.
I think it's okay now. I think
The
it's
board
a
does
little
not wanna take-
quieter.
The board does not want to take a break, so please continue, Superintendent.
At your direction. Thank you. I was talking about the mixed messages we're getting. We heard on the one hand some legislative leaders advancing a $10.2 billion in state school funding with a furthering of $140 million for a combined now early literacy and summer enrichment bill, which I've also been continuing to advocate for personally. You may recall that those were two separate bills up to this point with different amounts of allocations. This is a much smaller amount. But $10.2 billion that's being proposed to the state school fund is an increase from what we've anticipated, but it's still a cut to the current service level. So that's one message we're hearing. In contrast, we heard from other state leaders yesterday that the allocation would remain at $9.9 billion. And then in a third message, Republicans put out a press release this afternoon saying that they would return for the last day of session just to vote on a bipartisan budget bill, and they're quoting a different amount. So, there's a bunch of issues that, we can't completely resolve tonight because we don't have accurate confirmed information. One, whether we'll receive more funding and how much, and the second is when. When will we receive, whatever funding state leaders end up deciding to allocate? So, we're happy to talk about the hypotheticals, but the fact that the districts, don't simply know what our state leaders are going to do and when they're going to do it is problematic at this point. So we'll proceed with the discussion. I want to point out a few other things. I think he's here. We're grateful that our CFO, Norberto Delgadillo, is here with us this evening. I think he'll be coming down. He's hiding back there. It's great to see him. I think he'll help us address any concerns you may have about continuity of operations. For now, I'll simply share that, we're beginning to consider some additional immediate cost-saving measures to prolong our ability to operate without state funding after September 15th, should that come to fruition. Of course, we have other staff here, including our CAO, Dr. Armstrong, if we want to talk about what our proposed action steps would be should there be early literacy or additional summer enrichment funding as well. But for those watching, I also want to be clear. Our students, Oregon's children and youth, they need our legislators to pass an appropriately funded budget to support public education in Oregon and provide the leadership to implement a child-centered educational agenda across the state. You heard me, hopefully you read it in my published op-ed recently in the Oregonian, underlining that point. Norberto will likely share with you that, we have financial reserves, that'll keep us hobbling along very temporarily without state funding. I don't know that smaller rural districts have the tax base to do that, so I feel for my colleague school districts around the state as well if our legislators don't send our Oregon students and pass sufficient funding ASAP. There's this perception that we're sitting on tens of millions of unspent dollars. In a sense, well, we are. That's our reserves, our fund balance. We maintain those reserves, not just because it's prudent management practice to weather unexpected situations, but more importantly, keep cash flow throughout the year so we can make things like payroll. And because we're required to also by board policy, so at the director's direction, they can choose to change the floor of the 5%, but I wanted to make sure that was clear to folks. And then secondly, something that has fluctuated, we said our updates would continue to call these things out. We do have an estimated roughly $8 million in additional funding that came from the annual reconciliation of this year's state school fund. So tonight you'll be considering amendments that direct this money to the things I foreshadowed with you and that you've heard the details of in two particular areas. That's in enhancing our school safety measures. A lot of things we've been hearing from our school communities. We talked about those in a work session. As well as middle school supports. We know that our middle grades are really desiring enhancements and additional supports there. So we've prepared a package. You've heard about those as well. I think we're confident that those two areas are investments that are aligned with our community's desires at this point, our students' needs certainly, and many of our district's strategic objectives. Of course,
we'd like to hear there's more to work with. There's no shortage of areas. We've all been listening carefully to even this evening again, all those areas. We would love to, talk about addressing many of those as well, but that's dependent on our state leaders right now. We're happy to answer any questions you have about these proposals.
Great, thank you, Superintendent. And I do want to make sure that everyone did see the memo, in terms of changes from the proposed budget, right? So we've had the proposed budget, we've had lots of conversations, public engagement hearings around that, and then, there are listed in the memo some of those changes that happen, every year in terms of additional ending fund balance, which we've talked about a little bit tonight, the middle school budget proposal, $2.3 million, a little over $1 million for safety and security proposal, and then a couple other things as well. So just want to make sure the board had seen that as well.
So just to be clear for the public, so the changes that are proposed here are based on the reconciliation from this fiscal year, as well as those couple of other small items that you just mentioned, not based on an increase in the state school fund that is as yet unconfirmed.
Right. And also, you said the superintendent, but I think that's a good point. Director Constam, just to be really clear, this budget is still based on $9.9 billion. If we get clarity before the adopted budget, we can make those budget changes for the adopted budget, which will give a little bit more room to invest in more. And if we don't get clarity before the adopted budget, we can adjust the budget after July 1 as many times as we want. It's a major supplemental process, so there's a little bit of public notice involved, but we can make those adjustments. And so I think that, just to reiterate what you already said, this uncertainty of the state legislature leaves us in a little bit of a bind. And even at the $10.2 billion number, it's still cut from our current service level, but again, would allow us to in some more investments. But while that's a possibility, there's also a possibility we don't get a budget, in which case we're operating under a continuing resolution, which is actually at last biennium's dollar amount, which is
Based on a
significantly
9.3.
lower, $9.3 billion.
Yeah.
So we're trying to navigate this path because Salem hasn't done their job.
Do you mind getting the dates for the adoption approval and then the state legislature when they're? Yes, it is.
So again, restate the question.
Yeah, so lay out the dates for next meeting and when we expect the legislature to have a plan?
Yeah, so I can answer some of those and not all of them. So we are approving the budget today. We are scheduled to adopt the budget on June 13th. Adopt the budget on June 13th. In between, it goes to the Tax Supervising and Conservation Commission, which is a requirement. And the legislative dates are unknown. So Republicans may come back to pass a budget in June, they may not. So that's the unknown piece of this. But again, I just want to be clear, even if that were to happen, say we adopt the budget on June 13th and they did it on June 29th, we could come back early July in one of our first meetings to amend our budget, so.
And I don't know if you guys had talked about this while I was up there. So we're basing our budget on 9.9. If we get 10.2, what is the additional that amount that we're looking to receive?
Correct, given Portland Public Schools' share. There he is.
Nice to see you.
Good to see you, Alberto.
Yes.
Even at 10 o'clock at night.
Even at 10 o'clock at night, right? Pull away, they just bring you right back in. Yeah, that 10.2 billion, I think it's about an extra $12 million. I think just kind of like a back of the envelope rule of thumb for us is for every 100 million is about 4 million or so. And that can change based just on the fluctuations with enrollment, but that $10.2 billion for us would represent about 12 million.
So that'd be 12 million additional?
Correct.
Over 2 years, yeah.
So 6 million a year? So that's 6 million a year.
That's 12 million.
12 million per year.
That makes sense.
That's the state school fund.
Because that's,
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
She's so to you.
But yeah, it's about, we're about 8%. So every 100 million we're about 8% of that. So then it's about 50%, right? It's 49-50 split that the Banium does. So that's where we get about the 4 million.
So,
Yeah.
okay.
And once the
So hold on, make sure I'm clear. So is that 12 million over 2 years, so about 6 million a year, or is it about, it's about 6 million a year?
It's
12 million
it's 12 million a year.
A year, okay.
12 million per year.
In addition, on top, yeah.
I had just a super quick question about the reconciliation and the new additions made because of that. So looking at the Campus Safety Associates, 8 FTE are being added in part of the middle school budget proposal. And then is it an additional 10, or is the 8 that's titled under Grow Campus Safety Team, which is part of the safety and security budget proposal? Is that 10 FTE on top of 8 FTE that are budgeted for middle schools, or are those separate?
Correct.
I mean,
So
together.
it's a total.
Sorry.
It's a total of 18 additional
Okay.
folks. 8 of those would go to the middle schools. 10 of those would go to the high schools.
Okay.
Oh, actually, to rephrase that, 8 of those would go to the high schools. 2 of those would go elementary.
And then also, just because I'm sure everyone here has gotten a lot of emails about that also, individuals and FTE that were staffing for the Campus Safety Associates are not associated with the Portland Police Bureau, but rather add to our CSAs.
Correct.
Yeah.
They're not resource officers.
Sorry, I think that's just a distinction that's
Thank you.
important.
I appreciate that.
But as a separate part of the budget, there is some funding allocated for the Youth Services Division potential contract. Not SROs in the schools, but there is in the budget resources, because I'm assuming the police bureau is not doing it for free.
We have not engaged in those conversations as of yet, so we don't have a determination of who's going to pay for that relationship moving forward. So no, it is not contemplated currently in the budget.
So there's even though that was part of the recommendation, that there would be, PPS would be in conversation with the Police Bureau's Youth Services Division on external support, not inside the schools. You're saying that there's no money in the budget for that?
Correct.
I'm just curious, what, is that because we think a contract with the Police Bureau is at the City of Portland, they're gonna pay for it?
Well, I believe that we are going to be engaged in conversations with the mayor's office, the police bureau, to determine where the right, what organization should pay for the resource officers.
Yeah,
in our
and
community.
I'm asking not because, as I've been clear all along, I don't think PPS should be paying for police officers.
Yeah, I don't think we should have.
But that was contemplated before, and I think there's a lot of confusion about what it is, that just based on, and I know just because people email it doesn't make it true, but I think there's.
I mean, I don't want to go too far down this.
Okay, but I want to clarify this because we've had a lot of emails. So there currently isn't money in the budget that would go to
The police
funding
department? No.
a contract. Okay.
Yeah, I think what I'm realizing or noting is that I think the CSAs were confused with paying for law enforcement, which is not the case. CSAs are PPS staff who are embedded in our schools each and every day.
So if, and I'm going to just finish this off. So if this fall, it was just contemplated, which I think there was general board support, there were a conversation that contract, and if any PPS had any financial obligation, if it was over $150,000, would come back to the board.
I assume that the agreement would come to the board, and so if there's financial implications to that, that would be something that the board votes on.
Great. I really appreciate the clarification.
Thank you.
Before we put that issue to bed, I just want to revisit the conversation that we had a couple of weeks ago about safety and security, and that the vision for engagement with the Portland Police Bureau was not to have designated officers in our schools, but to have conversation with them about officers who want to serve youth and who are focused on protecting our school zones and our school areas as part of their ordinary patrol. So it would be my hope, which is not going to be that relevant after about a month, that is that is considered as part of their ordinary scope of protecting our community, period. You know, that is paid for by the taxpayers. That would be the argument that I would make at that time. So I just want to say we're not talking about the same conversation that we had 2 years ago. We're talking about a very different vision for what that enhanced community safety around schools looks like.
Yes, and my hope is that as a community, regardless of if you work at City Hall or you work at Portland Public Schools or you work at the county, that we all want to ensure the safety and security of our children.
Student Representative McMahon and then Director DePass.
Okay, this is like a really random question, and I feel bad that I don't know the answer. But, so we can amend this tonight. So if we're like looking at this new edition, because obviously we've had a lot of time to review all the other materials that are in the budget book. I'm wondering for this new edition that's under, for the new reconciliation of funds, tonight, can we change what we're allocating these FTE to?
So from a process perspective, yes.
Yes.
We are sitting as a budget committee tonight. We can change the
Okay.
approved budget. And then there's also another option, which is to change the adopted budget.
Okay.
And we can have a conversation if there's a board desire to change which one of those is the better path forward. Do you want to talk about a potential change?
Yes.
Or was that just an academic question?
Well, both. I also do. I think we're growing campus safety teams, and with the CSAs, I think that it's a great investment, but I think talking with our community, hearing from them tonight, what we've heard in focus groups, there's really a call for mental health supports over any other sort of support. And so I think if we can shift the FTE, that being 18, which is pretty significant, to school psychologists or additional student-facing supports, I think would be a better use of this money just from what we've heard from our community. That's not to say that campus safety associates have not been helpful in our communities, but I think we need to be aligning it with what we need. And I mean, maybe that's bold to say, and clearly I'm not 100% sure what the process is, but I guess if there's any way that we can try to put more mental health supports in and reallocate those FTE, I would be in support of.
Superintendent, do you want to talk a little bit about the mental health supports that are in the budget?
Sure. Jay Buno, is he still here? There he is.
Trooper.
I want to make sure we do justice to talk about our student
And
supports.
And as Jay is coming up here, I can get started. I think it was mentioned earlier about whether or not we've been transparent with our student investment account, our SIA. We actually have, in fact, the board voted to approve the proposal that went to the state 2 months ago, and so, or last month, I can't tell at this point. So, and if you recall, when you voted on that, 50% of all our SIA dollars are being used for mental health supports. So we are listening to our community. We understand we have a limited source of money, and with even a sense of limited resource, we're using half of that for mental health supports, which is something that we would expect, the state and the county to continue to double down on. But unfortunately, in the light of not enough resources in the community, we're using our dollars that could otherwise go to other purposes for mental health.
Yeah, good evening. So I would echo that we allocate and support mental health services through counselors, social workers, and school psychologists in every one of our buildings. And as much as I would also understand that we could add more, I believe, and we have invested a significant amount of staff resource to providing those services and supports in our schools, including, and this isn't mental health oriented, but including proposal for increasing the restorative justice support services that we would provide across our schools in addition to the various mental health components and the partnerships we have in our community with other mental health service providers that also support our students in our schools.
And I would add, just in terms of the conversation in front of you, Representative McMahon, in our middle school supports particularly, we are adding 16 additional staff to support restorative justice. So we're going to have 16 additional restorative justice coordinators. We are going to ensure that every middle school has a school climate specialist as well. So just to add to the what else we're providing.
And pardon
I have just an economic question about this proposal by Ernie and Student Representative McMahon. So I know that CSAs make a different amount than, say, like a school psychologist, right? That those are different. So if we took 10 FTE of CSAs, how many licensed mental health folks would that be? Would it be 4?
Yeah,
it depends on what they are. So
this is a
that's
very
just another
rough
thing to keep
estimate.
in mind as we think about it.
I'd say 4-ish, perhaps. The other thing I failed to mention previously, and I apologize for doing that, but we as a system, we've also invested, and we partnered with our school psychologist group to do this, but we've invested in a grant that we will be supporting increasing our school psychologist FTE across our schools, our title schools specifically, over the next through the next 5 years. So in addition to our SAA funds, we are taking advantage of other resources to provide that support and address the need.
Yeah.
Do we know what the net increase from that grant would be?
I think it's 12 FTE, and that's an estimate, but I can get you the actual number.
And sorry, pardon my, I guess, not super, but I'm not trying to roast you in what we have in here. I totally see the merit of having campus safety associates, I guess just from my perspective, and I'm not saying that you're not listening to our community or whatever, just from my perspective, I think the better investment, even if it is less allocated staff, in my opinion, as a student who has been listening to students all year, who's been sitting here and listening to our community all year, I think that we could use it more if we invest it in school psychologists, social workers, even if it is a fewer allocation. And then kind of in addition, I remember, I said this to the legislators when I went down there. I was like, well, why just go for enough? And I know that we have allocated that support, but I see if we have an opportunity to give more where our community has asked for more, then I think that we have the flexibility in this moment to be able to look where else we can allocate this FTE. And so I feel like mental health supports, those sort of student-facing supports, are, in my opinion, a better investment than investing in campus safety security officers or associates.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of, do we want to prevent or do we want to be, proactive or reactive? And so I would say, prevention, rather focus our dollars on prevention.
Well, Director DePass, I respectfully would say that our CSAs are integral part of our community and are there not only prevention but to actually be mentors and guide and support. Right? They're not there to as security guards. They're actually there as integral part of the school community. Right?
Yeah, it could be a both and I'm not sure if they're trained in human development and if they bring the value that a trained professional counselor, psychologist.
These are folks from the community. They live in the community,
Okay,
right?
so
they
that's
look like
good.
the kids that go to our schools more than in other scenarios and other situations. And so I think, and we provide training, and actually, in fact, part of the recommendations, as you would know, I think recommendation 12 calls for additional mandatory trainings. And so how do we go back to the drawing board? There's some funding allocated there so that we make sure that our CSAs are trained in restorative practices, so that they are trained in how to provide school-wide supports.
Is there a pay differential between school psychologists? I think we just might have already gone through that, and a CSA.
It's about 2 to 1.
So, as I listen to directors, they're two different roles. Both are important for any campus to have. Our middle school enhancements ensures that every middle school has a campus safety associate. We've heard story after story about, and from our principals in particular, how that's an essential position. We're asking for additional school climate specialists in addition to the 16 restorative justice coordinators, you know, and just to make sure everybody's clear, that's on top of the $13 million in SIA investments that we make. We've added dozens of social workers. We can always use more, but we do spend an investment of $18 million in emotional mental health and wraparound supports. Again, let's keep advocating. We'd like to get some more resources, you know, psychologists, social workers. We can always use more. But I just want to make sure we're understanding that there's a whole umbrella of wraparound supports. We're trying to be balanced about filling gaps in particular campuses.
I've got one more question, and that the Balmer Institute, at what point would we expect that they would have a cohort ready to deploy in schools?
We will see our first cohort of students coming in this next winter. It'll be a small cohort, but they will.
Is that this 23 or 24? Not this year.
This fall, moving
This
into
fall of
winter.
23?
Yeah. I believe that they will be starting specifically at the site here during for winter semester or after winter break, if I understand correctly. However, we will be seeing students come out of that program then for the next fall. But it's a small cohort to start with as they continue to build students and recruit folks from the community to participate.
I have a question about the memo that we got. It's dated May 23rd. Did this just get loaded into today?
The memo was loaded on Friday. I think it was
Even
dated
even
for
though
the
it's
sake of
dated today?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm curious because there's some things in here that, and this isn't any commentary about the item itself, but that I hadn't seen before, like 2.75 for increasing the substitute teacher budget, 3.69 million. I mean, these are fairly large sums of money for extended hours budget to align to projected spending. How did this list get put together of all the things that kind of got raised on? And I'm curious because I thought there were also some really valid ideas that CBRC raised. So I'm curious how these things that maybe at the middle school, I think we had a pretty robust discussion about it, and I'm really glad to see that in there. But some of these other things seem to be new. And there's just $800,000 for 7 licensed staff FTE to be added to school sites.
So it did start prioritizing the conversations around middle school and safety. And then looking at the remaining funding was assessing where could we shore up some of the school site operations, specifically thinking about staff, school site specific staff. So that's where the extended hours conversation came in, particularly considering that over the past few years it hasn't been funded at the right level. And same thing with the substitutes. And in addition, the 7 licensed staff FTE, that was part of the conversation to continue to keep staffing as stable as possible and really avoid layoffs. So that as that process was going through, those were the components that were taken into consideration.
I had a question about those 7 licensed staff. So those are all classroom teachers to reduce class sizes?
No, I can speak to those. So of those 7 positions, 5.5 of those are arts educators. One of the things that we are, we actually in fact have a meeting on Friday with the city about the arts tax allocation continues to go down given our enrollment declines. And so to ensure that the arts pathways that we've started continue, we make sure to shore up those 5.5 positions. The other position and a half is a world language position that is being used to actually support middle school arts language expansion.
Okay. And then what is the necessitating the increase in the substitute budget?
That, just based on the trends on what we've been seeing, it's
The number of absences, or?
I can't necessarily speak to the cause. I was thinking more of just like the dollars, like seeing the dollars, but I would defer to the team if there's more like rationale for whether it's for other reasons, but
Maybe that's a question we can get back on in terms of the underlying cause. But you're saying you saw a higher cost and have adjusted the
same
budget
thing,
to account for that. Director Bermedowitz, you have another question?
Yeah, I was just going to say, you know, that it's almost $6.5 million added. I'd like a lot more detail because, you know, I think about the earlier conversations we had, and again, some of the recommendations from CBRC is, it seems like it just got spent and we didn't, there wasn't a board discussion about it. It's sort of just here, it's in the memo. So I'd like to know a lot more. I mean, just like the 7 licensed staff FTE, I think about all the school communities that contacted us. And again, I'm going to go back to also all the transitions that are happening in the Southeast Guiding Coalition schools. Is like, yes, transportation, after school care, child care, you know, so a decision may have been made to like put them in the arts pathway, but is that the highest? I mean, I'm thinking about the Lentz community, the Bridger community, Marysville, a lot of schools that we've heard of that could use different FTEs. So
those schools have designated funds from the Southeast Guiding Coalition.
No, they do not. There's some
They do, actually.
We can hold on.
Actually, I'm intimately familiar with it, and there's.
Keep going.
So I'm not sure if I agree with this, the funding that's been prioritized here, and I'd like to know more about the 7. I have another question too.
Can I just ask? I just wanted to kind of add from a process standpoint. I just want to be clear. This is the process for board discussion. So I heard you say there's been no board discussion. This is, and let me finish. This is actually a contemplated and expected part of any local budget process because we do propose budgets based on certain forecasts. Those get updated as books close and as we get closer to the end of the year, and any fund balances get updated. So
I've been through 9, so that's
Director
fine.
Bermedowitz, can I finish?
Yeah. Well, you seem like you're telling me how the budget process works. That's fine. I'm just saying we didn't have previous discussion.
Can I finish?
You can.
You made a comment about how you were frustrated that these decisions were made and there was no board discussion. I'm pointing out that this is a normal part of the budget process, and this is actually the board discussion tonight. So it felt like you were being critical of the process, and I was pointing out that this is the time for board discussion, which is what you're doing. So
Okay, it seems like we have an amendment before us, so I appreciate that. So it seems like we have an amendment before us, and I don't have enough information about what the trade-offs were. So I'll just put that on the table, and maybe I'll wait till the budget adoption. Also had a couple other questions. The contracts that are generally in this next year's budget, we had a recent complaint from a parent that for the last 2 years there weren't the draft goals or outcome goals weren't included in the contracts, and I am interested in knowing whether that will be the draft student outcomes will be completed before any contracts are let this next year, because they're not going to be coming back to the board.
Are you talking about just ResJ contracts?
I'm talking about the contracts that the district said there was only a draft student outcome and it hadn't been completed. And so my question is, will that be completed before any new contracts are put in place this next school year?
So the racial equity contracts. Let me make sure I have Dr. Adams maybe to join us.
It's just they was written as draft, and it was like, well, we had COVID, so they weren't finalized. So I just want to make sure that we don't, this is our opportunity to ask the question.
And Daniel Ledesma.
Good evening. It's good to be up front again. It's way back in the nosebleeds. To your point, Director Edwards, I think two things may be getting conflated. I think there is a contract evaluation process that's built into our contracts that isn't necessarily the work of my team, but is the work of each contract manager. The complaint, as I recall, was about alleges, since it wasn't resolved, that we were not reporting on the outcomes. And we provided, I believe, evidence that we were. So I'm curious about your question.
There was a statement at the complaint hearing, and I can go back and get it and come back during the budget adoption. But there was it's like maybe I can just ask the question and we can resolve it between now and the budget adoption. There were some outcomes that were provided, but the district said it hadn't completed the outcome, setting the student outcome goals because of COVID.
So that is, what is the name of the document?
So-
Danny can speak to that. Mr. Desmond.
I mean, there were definitely some student outcomes, but it said that we had, that was part of the district response.
We talked about this every time we've talked about these contracts, and I think that each of our contractors reports on outputs and outcomes. We have but we have not engaged in an overall evaluation of the contracts because of creating a baseline during the COVID. Didn't seem like that would be fair. As well as the fact that we have been working on shoring up our instructional practices so that we can have our partners working in alignment with our instructional goals. So in each contract, there is a clear set of outcomes that they are trying to achieve that they report narratively to us, as well as a set of outputs that we provide. So I think we keep going around and round around the definition of what is an output and what is an outcome. And in both the definition, in both the letter and the spirit of the law, these contracts have this. And I will put it on the record, these are the only sets of contracts that this board requires this level of scrutiny with. We don't require that of any of our other contractors. And the level of accountability that you're asking for is something that we don't apply to our own staff. We don't apply to our other contractors. It is a set of people of color-led organizations that 1 minute ago in our that you were lauding is that we can't do this work without them. And now we're sort of saying that what they decide as outcomes and what they're reporting is not good enough. And I feel like we keep going over this again and again each year, and
You're saying the evaluation hasn't happened. Is that what is
a
that what I'm
district-wide
missing?
evaluation has not happened.
Okay, so the answer, I guess, to my question was yes, there will be outcomes in all.
There have been outcomes for the past 3 years.
Can I ask a follow-up on this? I was actually going to hold it for the consent agenda later on, but around some of our summer contracts, and I just want to make sure I'm clear. When I was looking through those, again, like you said, there are outputs and outcome measures listed in each one of those contracts. What I think we don't have in there yet are targets, which I think is what I want to make sure we're talking about the same thing, right? That's what you're saying. We have not yet
We have
developed.
not established targets
Right.
because it would be ridiculous to establish a target during the pandemic, for
Right.
example,
Okay.
right? And so I think what we've decided and what we've talked about and we've been really transparent is that because of our own internal capacity, because of the situation, the context of our system, is that we would do an evaluation to inform the next round of funding, and then sort of look at those and sort of establish those targets year to year after that.
And so sort of
But
the
it's-
timeline for that is
Right.
sort of the next round.
But at the risk of, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Let me just finish real quick. Thank you for that explanation, and it saves me a question later. I think to your point, not for tonight, about accountability. I think that's a really important conversation for us to come back to, because to the extent we are applying a different lens, I think it's important for us to ask whether we should back off, or maybe there are other areas where we want to dive a little bit deeper on some of that accountability question. So thank you for raising that.
I have an additional question for the superintendent. Was there, at the last meeting where the CBRC presented their recommendations, we had a conversation about whether any of those were recommendations that, it was in my time on the board, the most thorough, and we've had some good CBRC reports, but thorough set of recommendations, and I'm wondering, since we had that meeting, has there been any response to the CBRC, or were any of their ideas incorporated in there, or what? And again, I can get a response at the adoption, but it was sort of the same question I had before, because we asked volunteers to go through this whole process, and then they came up with a series of recommendations, and I'm always curious, is like, should the board be taking those and offering amendments, or does staff look at it and like, here's ones we agree with, here's ones we don't agree with, here's places where it got incorporated, but I just look at the amount of work that was done was really substantial, and we want our community to be engaged in our process.
And we appreciate our CBRC members for, under a tight time constraint, pulling together their thoughts. We had this conversation at the last meeting around, how are we considering those different areas? I know as staff, we're still evaluating each one of those in some cases, each of those points, so that, a response can be generated. Can we speak to the status right now?
And I also think, in the spirit of continuous improvement, we have to understand that the board had the budget and then we got the report. And so in my estimation, we are to take those recommendations as we plan the next budget, which starts as soon as this one is approved and adopted.
I'm not sure I think that's a fair process recommendation. I don't think that's what most people who are serving on CBR, I think they think their recommendations for this budget. It could be changed to be like, this is the go forward, but I think that the CBRC very clearly thinks they're providing recommendations to
and I'll quickly add, right, it could be both what are the possibilities to do in the upcoming cycle, but then also what are the opportunities in the long term. Like I've approached CBRC, right, like collaborative, like working, understanding, and I see their report to the board, for the board to absorb, process, and also there may be some great opportunities or great ideas that we're thinking of, like, yeah, this is great, but the board who received the CBRC report may be thinking otherwise. And that's kind of like the framing how I've approached it. I wasn't here during the past few weeks, but I would defer to kind of thinking it with that framing, like defer to the team of like some of the specifics.
Yeah, and we continue to review the recommendations, and are going to be moving forward and implementing many of them. So, for example, they talk about a trend of deferred maintenance of PPS schools, with the recommendation that we analyze and address maintenance needs more aggressively. Obviously, we have a long-range facilities plan. There's a number of things that we are actively doing to address that. So many of these recommendations are both things that either are to continue or to look at with a fresh new light. So they also recommend, for example, to closely review added administrative positions. We did provide a response around that, for example. So I can go down the line, there are things that we disagree with, right? So there was a comment about arts education pathways and whether or not that needed to be increased. We do believe that arts education is a vital component of a well-rounded educational offering. And so I think those are the types that, yes, we have looked at the CBRC report. We are consuming it and trying to see how we can do different, right? And to Dr. Adams' point, in the spirit of continuous improvement.
Director Hollins.
I just had a couple questions. When we talk about the ResJ contracts and we talk about accountability, right? I agree. I think there should be accountability system-wide. I guess one of my questions would be, when contractors are reporting their own outcomes and reporting what they're going to do we go in and look at how those line up with the board goals?
So, if you'll recall, the board goals have gotten, we did the contracts prior to the board goals being finalized. We've been a little bit out ahead and behind the board goal setting process throughout each of the time. The hope is that when we do an evaluation, that we can align them more closely to the board goals, and both in our quarterly convenings and in professional development that we have for next year, we want to make sure that all of our contractors are very aware of not just the strategic plan and the strategic direction, but specifically the board goals and sort of like what is their part in achieving that. So for example, at every quarterly convening this year, we started with when Renard and his team went through the data review and our continuous improvement, partners, principals, the superintendent's leadership team sit down and go through, like, here's the data, here's the board goals, what's working well, what's not working, what can we do together to try to optimize these. So I think that this year, now that the board goals are set and finalized, I think that this has been the most focused we've been on achieving those board goals.
Well, maybe I will. So when I understand when we did board goals is when I first got on the board. That was 2 years ago. So we're just now aligning them with our board goals, even though they've been steady for 2 years.
No, I'm saying that the practice of it and sort of like aligning that to that. So our partners provide services in 5 key strategy areas. So culturally specific family engagement, wraparound services, mentoring and leadership development, extended learning and enrichment, and positive cultural identity development. The last 3 are focused on middle school and trying to develop agency and learning for middle school students as they're sort of, as you know, pre-adolescent and adolescents are, you know, sort of developing, and those strategies are specifically for those. Our wraparound services are focused on high school students and getting students to graduate. So you can start to see like how some of the goals are aligned to some of the strategies are aligned to those board goals. So not every contractor is doing culturally specific family engagement, which has to do with our K through 8s, and that's where that strategy is implemented. And not every partner works on wraparound services. So not all of them are contributing to the high school graduation goal.
Okay, and then so based on our budget I'm looking at the consent agenda. Based on the amount of money we're giving them, are we assessing their outcomes of their results versus what we're giving them?
Yes.
And do we set a scope of work for them, or do they set their own scope of work?
We set their scope of work based on a RFP that happened in May of 2020. So as part of the redesign of these services, we had a formal procurement process. They set up that scope of work, and then as the years have gone on, we've basically amended those contracts and made slight updates to the scope of work. So as for example, the SEGC and some of the school shifts, we've adjusted where they might have been doing middle school work, and that turned into a K-8, and so they are making those adjustments.
Okay, and then last thing, during the course of their contracts, are we assessing where they're doing and how they're doing, and are we looking at some that are not doing what they're supposed to be doing? When I hear from some like CSAs and or some principals that we had one of those round tables, they had concerns about some of our ResJ partners. And so are we assessing them during that time period and saying, you know what, this is working or this is not working, we confirm with those principals, and then do we pull those contracts at that time?
We typically don't jump to pulling a contract What we typically do is if we hear that there's issues, we'll sort of meet with the principal and with the organization. Oftentimes, principals and organizations, develop that rapport. As I stated early, we have quarterly reports that we review and that we bring principals, the superintendent, and our team together to go through that data once a quarter. And then we also have been doing more in-depth site visits now that we're back in person. So where we're sort of spot checking and looking at that work. Another overlay that we do is that we look at the invoicing, right? We're talking to principals, we're looking at reports, and we're seeing if you're billing for this many staff, do we see those staff in the schools?
Okay. I'm going to come to you in a second, Director Green. I want to do a couple other things first. I want to make sure we don't lose sight of Representative McMahon's comment about sort of the CSAs and school psychologists and mental health. I mean, I will just say I think it's an important conversation. I do echo maybe a little bit with the superintendent. There's a couple things. From a process perspective, I don't like to make amendments at the last minute. And there is still an opportunity to do a little bit more research, right, in over the next few weeks before the adopted budget. I kind of what superintendent said about these are addressing different things. So I'm sort of interested. There's a lot of mental health support in the budget. Maybe there are some additional areas where we can make some investments. I'm nervous about taking away because I the safety and security recommendations were the result of a couple month-long task force, and they all kind of fit together in different ways. And so I would want to do a little bit of analysis on like taking away those CSAs from schools. What do those middle schools lose? Like, what's the impact there?
I just want to clarify. These are in addition, right? Because this is new reconciliation of money. So we already had money that we were putting towards safety and security before this, because that's what we were told in the budget meeting too, like last full board session. So I just want to get that right.
What we foreshadowed with the board is as the weeks go by and the financial picture becomes more exact, if we would see space we wanted to support these two key areas, middle school supports and the safety recommendations. So when that reconciliation came back, these were the obvious two candidate areas to invest in, because we know some schools have gaps in their staffing, so they don't have the full wraparound umbrella.
I have one question around that. So what's our ratio for mental health counselors and social workers to students?
At our middle schools, it's 250 to 1. At our high school, we staff our middle schools at 250 to 1. And at our high schools, we staff at 300 to 1. The American Association of School Psychologists or School Counselors recommends a ratio of 250 to 1.
For high school and middle school?
Across the board, yes.
Okay.
Representative McMahon, did you have another? I was gonna. No. I mean, what I was going to suggest, again, if you're okay with it, that we pose this as a question for the adopted budget in terms of having more conversation about where those mental health supports already are and whether there's some additional spending, and that could be part of the conversation if the state legislature goes to 10.3.
Yeah, and I think it's important to clarify, because Representative McMahon alluded to a previous conversation. So what we said was at the time that we had $500,000 allocated in the current budget. Right, we're going to use funding from ESSER, which we've done. So it's not just 1.3 million; it's actually 2.3. $1 million of that is being used, we're spending down ESSER. Then the additional is coming from the general fund, which is these reconciliation dollars.
And the money that's coming from ESSER is though for the next year for 24-25. Then that will be going away, right?
Well, much of so we're really thoughtful about how we use ESSER in safety and security. So all the recommendations are either pilots or one-time costs allocated to ESSER.
Okay, last question for me. So say for instance we get the 10.2 and we have additional 12 million a year. What are we looking to spend that at?
Well, I think we're all keenly aware of areas where we'd like our school system to be stronger. You heard many of those this evening. I don't think there would be a lot of disagreement from most of us around what areas we need to enhance to make sure our schools are well supported to not just focus on teaching and learning, but make sure that our students and our educators are supported. So I think you would see many of those themes be part of a recommendation moving forward.
That's largely up to the board as well to determine what got left on the cutting room floor.
I know, but I wanted to hear what their thoughts were, like specific areas
So,
where we're looking at.
I'm gonna, if you're okay, I mean, it feels like this is an ongoing conversation. Is that something that we can put in the Q&A?
Well, we're here.
Yeah, I mean, I
Sure,
can
go for
maybe
it. It's 11 o'clock at night, so
maybe I
go
can get
ahead.
started. I mean, I think, you
Let's
know,
brainstorm.
obviously
There we go.
there's an array of endless activity, as the superintendent indicated. But I think it's important to know that, you know, I'll name some categories, right? And I'll start with the most unsexiness part or the most uninteresting part that doesn't go in directly into schools, which is our fund balance, right? So we, as you've noted, Director Hollins or Vice Chair Hollins, you know, that we do have to replenish that. We do need to continue to have a healthy fund balance. So that's one, right? We continue to, as you know, there are active conversations you know, with our labor partners and a number of folks. So we continue to just monitor a lot of the activity that's happening now and trying to make the right appropriate decisions at the time. So again, anything from you know, filling the fund balance to additional programs to additional staffing. I think we have a laundry list of endless activity. Obviously, even with the 10-3, you know, our service levels are much higher than that. And so we need more funding from Salem.
And sorry, I just want to, just so I can not talk about it anymore, there is no interest from the board tonight to change the 18 FTE that are currently associated with the campus safety team in the new reconciliation dollars. There is no interest in doing that.
I'll tell you what I'm interested in. So I wouldn't support reducing the campus safety associates because I've seen them in action and they're a critical member of the school team, like recognizing like who belongs and who's in that school. Like if you go out to Harrison Park, the CSA there, I forget his name, but he's always there at the front door, knows exactly who belongs, who doesn't, is trusted by, you know, staff and families. So I wouldn't support taking from there, but I think your question is a good one, which is one of the reasons I ask about this other 7 FTE or the balancing FTE. So I am supportive of more supports in the area you're talking about, but not as a trade-off for the campus. And I've just heard from too many principals also that is, especially if I think we've made the right decision to not have SROs in the schools, that they are really perform a really important function.
All right, well, there's not enough votes then, so we don't need to talk about it.
But there's a different way to do it, though. But you don't have to do the trade. You don't have to do the trade-off.
Well, we have to trade off something.
Doesn't mean the end of the conversation
There
about
is always
mental
a
health
trade-off.
support.
Representative McMahon has been listening about the budget. It is always a zero-sum game. There is a trade-off.
Okay,
so there's
trade-off. So
7
it's like we
FTE.
can get rid of the 5 art teachers or we can get rid of it. Like something's gonna have to come from it. I guess just to stop us from going this loop and loop and loop and loop, which was unfortunately what we've been doing all night. Do we have any interest in actually changing what this allocation is tonight? Because if not, then I think we should vote on this, and then we should do our research, like Andrew was saying, and we should come back and we should work on the next one, so we're not all like trying to be like, well, I wanna do this. Like, it's like it's the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Like,
And I have some additional questions too.
I
So
have some issues around the middle school allocation here and the way that was done. So
okay. So why don't you? And again, what I'm trying to keep us focused on is the questions about the approved budget tonight, and not going down too many rabbit holes that we can answer at other times. But Director Constant.
So back to this issue around the added middle school supports, which are mostly school climate specialists, restorative justice specialists, and campus security. So this is nice to see these add backs. We heard really loud and clear from our middle school educators about how necessary that was, and this is something that's been very important to me in this budget process and last year's budget process. So here, John Franco knows it's coming. He's coming up here. So this is the caveat here is that these FTE are being added back to schools that don't already have these designated positions. So here's my beef, and it's really kind of a philosophical policy beef, which is that some of our middle schools already used their own discretionary funds to support these positions. So if they already did that, then they are not getting this allocation from the general fund, which from a policy perspective isn't really rational and isn't really equitable. I get that it's additive, and that it's just trying to, I mean, you can refute me here, but it's just trying to make sure that everybody's covered. But you could also look at it and say that they are sort of being penalized for having already prioritized those positions. Because say, based on the rationale that you say was used to make these distributions, if they had instead allocated those funds for instructional specialists or an interventionist, then they would have received that added FTE in this allocation from the general fund. So that doesn't really square with me.
Yeah, so I appreciate the question, and I would say this is it's not perfect, and we had a lot of input, including engaging our middle school administrators, our principals in particular. And I would say this, is that we are, in a sense, kind of establishing a new baseline in regards to some very specific asks and needs for our middle schools. And I would say what we've done a really good job with here in Portland is providing more resource for, say, for example, our CSI and TSI schools to be able to do the things just like what you said, to be able to allocate or be able to convert some funds for, say, a campus safety associate or for a restorative justice coordinator that, say, some of our other schools were not able to do. And they can still do that. With those equity funds, with those other types of resources that we've been, again, through our equity formula, been able to do with schools. But I would say that we need to, we know that there's a struggle immensely, overarchingly, across our middle grades. And so this helps to establish a baseline. And I would say this too, we have a finite number of resources, right? Ideally, yes. I think we would love to be able to say if this middle school already has a CSA, we would say, all right, we're going to allocate you an additional, and you could do with that what you want if you already have that. But we couldn't do that just because we have a finite number of resources. And I say this often, and you hear my team say this, this is a good step. This is progress. We're nowhere near where we want to be, but this is in direct, this is a step in the right direction based on the needs at the middle schools, and to be honest with you, provides opportunities for some level of differentiation when you're talking about, I mean, if we just say it globally, that all of our middle schools will have a CSA, that all of our middle schools and at the K-8s, 6-8, will have a restorative justice coordinator. That's awesome. And then all of our middle schools will have a climate specialist. I think that if we just say that overarchingly, that's a pretty neat deal.
I don't want to lose sight of how important that is and what a change it is from this year and how that's what they've been asking for.
A couple of things for me. I think moving forward to the adopted budget, I'd like to make sure that, I think I'm looking at you, Chief Delgadillo, that we can respond to some of the FTE numbers that we've been hearing about in some of the testimony today. I think it's going to be really important that we can talk about where, licensed staff increased, where they decreased, where administration increased, where it decreased, and the reasons for those. And I know our software and financial system makes that challenging and is a somewhat manual process. So, but I think from a public trust standpoint, being able to really clearly agree on the numbers, and again, we can disagree on whether they should have gone up or down, but I think I want to make sure that we can all sort of agree on those underlying numbers and then have some explanation as to why. because my understanding is some of these changes might be technical in nature, others may be, different. So I'd like to see that. I think the reserves conversation, I do notice, that our ending fund balance, again, we trued that up a little bit, right? And so that went up a little bit. I want to reiterate that this budget does it still spend the 44 million from the that we previously had, or did that number change at all?
The 44 million
From our reserve.
We're still spending it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the case. Is
Okay.
that we wouldn't be able to balance our budget. We'd be in a much more difficult conversation if we did not have those.
And I think it's important to note, one, because again, I think, we've heard from people saying, look, it's raining, it's a rainy day fund. But I also think it's important to note that it's unsustainable. And we said this last year. And we need to keep saying it every year that every dollar we spend from the reserve is a dollar that is not available in the next biennium. So to the extent we are supporting teachers and other staff with that reserve, it's a one-time bank and it's gone. And so I just
throw it out there with the latest conversations that are happening at the legislative level, and if there's a pause in action on approving a budget, we're going to be very grateful to have those fund reserves to support our operations while a state budget gets approved.
I think that's and we can look back at COVID as well, right? When we had to
COVID
shut down, we had to spend that reserve, and thank goodness we had enough available to do that.
Yeah.
The same thing again, if the state doesn't pass this and we're back at a $9.3 billion budget, we may be talking about that just as a cash flow issue moving forward.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
I think, and I'm gonna keep trying to say this and I've been trying to explain reserves to the public for over 15 years. It is a very, very challenging concept, but also an important one, that $40 million sounds like a lot. In a budget our size, it's 5%. And 5% is not a lot when you think about all of the things that can happen. And I just want to reiterate, everyone says, oh, we want to spend that. If this school district can't make payroll, if this school district has something that happens where all of a sudden we go into that, we actually can't operate.
We cease. We need to stop.
And you want to talk about catastrophic. You're talking about laying off huge portions of your staff. You're talking about sending kids home from school. I mean, you're talking about absolutely catastrophic impacts. So that is the risk and trade-off we need to be clear about. And I want to be clear, 5% is a very low reserve level. GFOA recommends 16.5%. I'm voting for 5%, right? As a finance person, as a former GFOA, governing board member, I'm voting for 5% because of that need. And so, honestly, it pains me a little bit when I hear people testify and say, why aren't you spending the reserve? We're spending the damn reserve, right? And we spent it last year, we're spending it this year. It puts us at risk, and it will make next year's budget even harder, but we're doing it because it's the right thing to do.
Right.
Okay. Additional comments? Dr. Green, Director Green, Pastor Green.
I'll be whoever. So, one, I think this brings us back to Dr. Byrne said it. Everybody's getting doctors tonight. But that we had talked about the need to come back and assess the budget process and how we did it. And I don't recall, because it always seems like so rapid. And so I think as our team, we need to schedule some time with you guys so that we can, maybe everybody else gets it, but I don't, that we can sit down and understand it better so that before we get here, then I have I got a better grip on the timeline, how you move, because we get the memos, get the notes. So I think this is just a note to us that Andrew needs to schedule something so that we can have this done. And then I would like to speak to, Danny said something earlier that got my attention, and I want to make sure that we speak to that. It was, and I think it sort of just flew by, that what we're doing, what we were talking about with the Registered Partners, is something that we don't do with anybody else, and nobody else is getting this except this level of scrutiny except for this particular group. And as she said that brought me back to the space of why not? Why aren't we putting everyone through the level of scrutiny as to where we say, what are we getting for the dollar that we are spending? It shouldn't just be the ResJ department. It should be every department. When I look at our measurements and how we're going to measure, and you know what I'm saying, you're the data guy. So I would tip my hat to you to say what the data looks like. But at some point, I think we need to start asking ourselves more than just how many kids participated in the program, and did you hire youth, and what was their ethnicity? Instead of asking that we start asking ourselves, what are the questions that we need to be asking to our programs to ensure that our programs are getting us closer to the graduation goal, the portfolio that we're trying to get to? So how are they measuring the reading metrics so that we can make sure that when our kids are experiencing learning loss because of our absences away, that the programs that we're actually supporting are actually doing things that are going to ensure that they're not getting that learning loss, so that we can come back and say, this number of kids participated in this program and they had no learning loss, as to where this number of kids didn't participate in the program and they had learning loss. Now we can come back and compare both the quantitative and the qualitative data that says why these programs work. And we should be doing that with every program that we're going to be giving money to. It shouldn't just be the ResJ programs and the ones, because that does make it seem like that we're taking the organizations of color through the ringer and we're holding them to a higher standard, and that now they're having to do stuff that nobody else is having to do. And that's not their fault. That is ours as a district. I think we must, the city, the kids, they demanded, and that we must say, no, you're right. We screwed the pooch on this one. Moving forward, everybody gets held to this standard. Because I'm not asking, and I say this as a people, Black people all around, I'm not asking for special treatment. I'm asking you to treat me like you treat the white people. So I don't want something special. I want the same. Keep it here. But if you're not going to hold somebody else accountable, don't hold me accountable. I think as a district, we need to hold everybody to the same standard and say, no, if I'm going to give you some money, any amount of money, and it doesn't matter whether it's, 100,000 or 10, if I'm going to give you some money, this is what I want a measurement on. And I don't even know what things I need to measure. That's why I come to you, Dr. Adams, because you are the data, and you can say, for us to be here, we need to be tracking this, and this. If we're not here by this, then these kids they're already behind the curve. And that's what we need to be measuring with everybody that we give a dime to. And if they don't like that, then they don't get our money. If they can't meet that qualification, they don't get our money. And then if we give them our money and they don't do that, then we put them on a list of don't give them any more money. And we give this money to somebody else that can actually do the things that we said that we hold as a high value and a high standard. So I want to thank Danny for bringing that up and flying that out there, because we shouldn't just be doing it for the ResJ. We should be doing it for everybody. And it should start today.
Great. And I
want to say just another perspective on measurement and evaluation. I'm
But
sorry.
No, I just saw a text from Kara that I feel bad about. There are people here to testify on the budget, and I want to make sure we get to that.
Okay. I'm with Director Green on the measurement and evaluation, that we should hold our ResJ partners to a rigorous standard, and we should hold all of our contractors to that standard, because if we don't, then we're also still continuing to fail the kids that are in those programs. By not measuring whether they're improving in reading and math, which is what we want them to improve in. Not just, the social emotional is important, but I agree with the measurement and evaluation piece.
I will say,
Kara-
a lot of other contractors get questions asked about their contracts.
This feels like we're down a rabbit hole on this, so can we go to public testimony and then approve the budget? Kara, is there folks?
Andrew, I have two other items I want to put a pin in
Let's
before
do
we go
testimony.
to budget.
We'll come back.
Okay.
People have been waiting for hours, as have we all. Kara, could we do testimony, please?
Yes. Rachel Hall. Okay. Emily Reffum.
Thank you for staying.
Appreciate the email as well. Thank you.
Yeah. So my school
Welcome.
thank you. So my school psychologist, who could stick it out with me, are still here, but many of them have eligibility in the meetings in the morning that, if they legally don't hold, could lead to further repercussions for the
Could you
district.
say your name and
Yeah.
spell your last name?
Yeah. Geez, I'm tired. Okay.
It's okay.
Hi, everyone. My name is Emily Revem. I use she, her pronouns. My last name is spelled R-E-F as in Frank, V as in Victor, E-M as in Mary. I'm here today to speak on behalf of all PPS school psychologists, and I forgot to set out my Narcan in case you've never seen it before. Whatever. There you go. I'm here to tell you about the current state of staffing amongst our group, and it's in dire need and needs to be changed immediately. Our group emailed all of you a copy of the letter on 4/26, which is in the top of your packet, with most of what I'm about to share. However, no one, including Superintendent Guerrero, responded to our request to have a meeting where we could discuss these items face to face. Between 2017 and 2023, there has been an almost 10% increase in students receiving special education. However, SPED-funded, and I want to differentiate, SPED-funded school psych FTE has been cut by 6%. And the SPED FTE reductions and formula changes equate to a loss of 9 FTE. You'll see on page 3 the FTE that resulted from gen ed loss. Y'all, thank you for rolling with me.
Late, we get it.
And that's resulted in a reduction of services for students with individualized education plans. In order to make sure that this is a trauma-informed conversation, if I use an acronym and you don't know what it means, call me out on it, because I want us to all have the same things to go off of. The $5 million federal school-based mental health grant that's been referenced many times, that we were awarded and was really remarkable, and which was applied for by a PAT school psychologist, does not make up for the cuts, including those that have occurred due to the formula changes in non-Title I schools. The FTE from the federal grant is for 5 years and requires providing additional preventative MTSS and mental health services promised in the grant to maintain its funding. If that is not maintained, we could lose that money, and that money doesn't supplant the FTE that has been lost. So when everyone is talking about this additional $5 million, that cannot and should not be factored into our FTE, because we will lose that $5 million. Unlike other educators, we are legally obligated to serve students who are homeschooled and attending private schools. So while PPS has seen decreased enrollment, school psychologists have not. This year alone, school psychs at 92 schools completed 109 evaluations for students in private school, homeschool, with 70 of those students qualifying for special education. In addition to all the evaluations, can I please keep going? Oh, thank y'all. In addition to the evaluations that they have to complete at their assigned schools, some schools are disproportionately affected due to understaffing, and none of this work is included in our current caseload. Although you might hear that it is, but the numbers aren't aligning. We're data nerds. During 2021-2022 school year, there were 754 documented suicide screenings in our district. That are only the ones that were documented. For every student that has a suicide attempt or is hospitalized, school psychologists are legally, and I want to emphasize, because y'all are facing a lot of mediation right now for special education violations, we are legally required, you'll see that on an additional page with highlighted text, to hold a meeting to determine if that child should be evaluated for special education. We often hear that counselors, QMHPs, social workers, and school psychologists are interchangeable. However, school psychologists are the only ones that are trained in standardized testing as it relates to special education qualifications amongst special education law and requirements. If there is not a school psychologist staffed in a building, there is no one in that building that can fulfill our role. Yet things are going to evaluation inappropriately and students are being inappropriately identified because we're not there to push back on the inequities of that system. Our group has agreed that we will no longer mask the problem that is the understaffing of school psychologists within PPS. We will no longer agree to cover any additional schools beyond our contract. And going into next school year, you will have schools that will not have a school psychologist until we are staffed appropriately. This currently includes at least 15 schools, assuming that no one else in our group leaves, and 2 people are about to put in notice. We have 2 asks. At a minimum, like legitimately, a bare minimum, we want our 9 FTE restored that has been cut since 2017. Mr. Hollins, I remember you asking a question at a board meeting a couple times ago around the FTE. It was when we were at McDaniel and school psychologists. And you keep hearing that we are being included in the conversations around mental health. However, if you look at the contract, none of the language includes school psychologists as mental health providers. Here's my Narcan. I've had students overdose in my office. I've had to run out to an emergency because a kid was passed out and I was the closest one available. I've done multiple suicide screenings. I visit students that are in the detention facility. I coordinate with Unity, the local adolescent inpatient psychiatric program. And so to not be included in this conversation is kicking the can down the road and not actually addressing what needs to be equitable for our students. Because the reality is, disabilities became exacerbated by the pandemic, so has substance abuse. And we bring knowledge and data analysis to the table to hold systems accountable. And if those 15 schools don't have anyone, there's gonna be a lot more lawsuits.
Thank you.
If you wanna see my Narcan, I'll pass it around. This is how you reduce an opioid or prevent an
Yeah, thanks for your
opioid
testimony.
overdose. Oh, the last thing, sorry.
We should really finish up.
Yeah, I hear you. I've been here a long time, and so have you. We'd like to request that there be some summer funding allocated for us to get caught up on evaluations that are past due, because we still are backlogged from the pandemic. I heard recently from Michelle at a school psych meeting that we have at least 2,000 IEP processes that are still open that are supposed to be wrapped up by the end of the school year. And we don't have enough people or time to make that happen. And in order to recruit and retain, especially school psychologists of color, we need to have caseloads that are equitable and allow them to have a livable wage in Portland. Otherwise, we're gonna continue to be understaffed.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. Kara, was there somebody else signed up?
Yes. Kayla Gulbranson.
Thanks.
Welcome.
Hey guys, it's been a while. I'm Kayla Gulbranson, Gulbranson. Good evening. We're almost over
Almost
evening.
morning.
Members of the school board, staff, parents, and community members. I'm here to address a pressing issue that affects the quality of education for our students and encourage you to make changes in the budget that prioritizes students. For far too long, we have neglected the importance of having smaller class sizes in all of our schools. Research has shown that small class sizes positively impact student performance, allowing for more individual attention, more engagement, and better academic outcomes. It also shows that children in smaller class sizes outperform their peers in larger class sizes in academic achievement, graduation rates, and career outcomes. Additionally, small class sizes allow for crucial one-on-one attention that can benefit students with varied learning abilities and styles. Claiming an average class size across the district is not transparent, nor is that average a reality at many schools across the district. My fourth grader has 29 students squished into about 500 square feet. My oldest has 25 to 32 students in each of her 6 classes. We need to prioritize small class sizes in our budget planning. Our children's education should be our top priority, and we cannot afford to wait any longer to take action. The benefits of smaller class sizes are clear, and we owe it to our students to provide them with the best education possible. It's time for us to invest in our future leaders. Let's show our children and our community that we value their education and that we are committed to giving them the best possible start to life. I urge the school board to take immediate action, prioritize small class sizes, and provide the funding necessary to make this a reality. By allocating resources to hire more teachers and reduce class sizes, the school district is making a sound investment in the future of its students and community. There's been a few studies to measure the effectiveness of smaller class sizes. The STAR project, so that found students in classes with 13 to 17 students outperformed those in classes with 22 to 25 students. Students in smaller class sizes made greater gains in reading and math achievement and had higher test scores. They were more likely to graduate from high school. Finally, the mismanagement of funding by PPS is a pressing issue that demands immediate attention. It is unacceptable that our educational institutions are failing to allocate resources in a responsible manner, ultimately resulting in a disservice to our students and communities. This negligence in financial management reveals a lack of commitment to our children's education and jeopardizes their future success. We must hold our school board accountable for their mismanagement of funding and demand swift corrective action to ensure that our schools have the resources they need to provide our children with the education they deserve. The futures of our communities depend on it. Thank you for your time and attention, and let's work together to make the schools the best they can be.
Thank you.
Mashari Tyson.
Okay, process perspective, we have,
Andrew. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Gap. Was it a?
Yep, sorry. I thought we were done. Should have asked. My apologies. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Just keep
If you
talking.
keep
Okay.
talking, it'll happen.
Good evening. Thank you for having me, Superintendent and school board members. I really appreciate it. I'll be brief. I'm Mashari Tyson with Black Excellence Group, and I just wanted to advocate for racial equity and social justice community partner funding for this coming year. I sit in the developmental continuum and the middle school redesign and the Center for Black Student Excellence and the instructional framework last year, and on and on and on, and all the amazing collaborative cross-divisional processes that happen. And over and over and over again, the racial equity and social justice partners get touted as the means by which we actually deliver services to the students that are most marginalized and historically underserved. And I've greatly appreciated the investment in all the racial equity and social justice partners. But next year, we need more funding. And that budget has actually been reduced in the proposed budget for next fall. And I would just encourage you, as there are pockets of money that free up, and as you look at things creatively, to figure out how to carve out more. It's necessary. We're entering into middle schools, and we have I personally have my finger on the pulse of 300 Black families in the district, and they desperately need us. We are the Black adults in these environments. They do not feel understood. They do not feel like they belong. Sometimes they're not treated like they're valued, and we are the stopgap. It's going to be a long time until we have Black teachers in the building. REAP represented earlier, but every one of our community partners provide a vital resource in the community. And it makes me want to cheer up just saying this. There has to be a significant increase in resources. The dismal state of the spirit of our Black students from pre-K to 12th grade is not okay. And I really appreciated the leadership of Danny Ledesma and her team, but we are only scratching the surface, and the mental health issues are more for our Black students. We want them to thrive, but they're not being seen or educated to their full potential right now, and we are that bridge and partner in the schools to be able to help these students be seen for their full potential and steward it along so that they can thrive. So I would just ask, I always invite data scrutiny and my brain is mush at this point, but I'm excited. I've even gone to Dr. Adams' office and said, yes, let's start. Let's dive into the data because the case is going to show itself to be valuable. So I'm excited about having those evaluation measures. I'm someone who comes from a data background. Bring it on. Our kids need wraparound, but they need more support, and there's not enough for next year. Please encourage, in the process of developing the revised budget that will be adopted, to figure out how to carve out more dollars for racial equity and social justice partners, because they have not been historically funded the way they needed to, and we know that historically there's been that disproportionate effect. They can't be taking the same proportionate reductions in budget. That just doesn't make equity sense. So I hope that you would make sure that they are not reduced in an equal percentage to every other budget. I hope they're increased. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, process check. We have a budget to approve. We have a budget amendment to approve. We have a budget, or we have board member calendars to approve. We have policy rescissions to approve, and we have a consent agenda. It's 11:25. We're not leaving until we approve a budget because that's a deadline we have to meet for TSCC. So we're going to keep moving forward on that, which is what's on the table right now. Additional board questions, comments, concerns, issues?
We should approve the calendar because families always look for that.
Oh, I'm not.
Our calendar.
I'm planning on.
You don't have to worry about that anymore.
I want to be clear. I'm planning on keeping the board here until we get through everything tonight because we've talked a lot and there are things we need to get done tonight. So we're going to be here till we get it done. I'm just reminding you all as we're gearing up for budget speeches where we are in the night and what we still have left. So anything ready?
Maybe, could you provide some more clarity around, like, we've been talking about putting stuff off until the budget adoption because we may have more certainty from our revenue forecast. So, like, the remaining issues that we have with the budget or things we want to advocate about, do we want to do that by email, or what's the process, do we think?
So if you have an amendment that you want to bring forward for the adopted budget, I would get that to the superintendent and his budget and his finance team immediately. We're going to work through, it's about a 3-week TSCC process. There's a TSCC hearing, I think they have it for 20 days. They'll certify the budget, and then we come back for adoption on the 13th. So if there's an amendment you're interested in, get it to the superintendent immediately so he can cost it out, he can talk about trade-offs, and then once you have that, you can share it with your colleagues to see if there's general support. Did you all hear that amendment process? Good, just want to make sure.
What about clarifying questions? By email at this point?
Clarifying questions have either been captured now or by email. They'll go into that budget Q&A, which is being provided to us. Yes.
And so the questions that came up tonight will be answered, and then the 10.2, how are we going to handle that? Because
So this is the
I'll just
changes
say
to the
my
approved
25
budget?
years of the legislature, the number doesn't go down. It may get delayed, but I don't think they're going to go down from 10.2.
Well, okay,
And
this
so
is
it'd be good to talk about just like,
Sure, this is an important, yes. So let's have this conversation quickly as a board. I don't want to go too deep into it. The options here, as the superintendent laid out, we could adopt a budget that's based on $10.2 million, $10.2 billion state school fund allocation. It does put the district at risk, either if that number does not pass or they don't pass a budget at all. We've got a higher operating budget and we would have to make reductions mid-year if that doesn't come true. So that's the downside. But I hear what you're saying. That is an option, or we can adopt a budget at the current existing level and then add something later. So
I guess one of the things is, I think, if it's over 10%, then technically we'd vote on it, but I want to just make sure that whatever the number is, that we actually have an opportunity.
yes, any changes between what we approve and the adopted budget can't exceed a 10% increase in a fund, but in our general fund, we're not anywhere near that with a $12 million increase. So.
Right, so that's why I want to make sure that there'll be an explicit, if more money comes in, that we actually will have a discussion about it, even though it's not required. Does that make sense?
That's right.
That's what I want to make sure. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think maybe, but you're saying that we would we absolutely would have a discussion.
Well, I'm just saying by
increasing.
law, because it's less than the 10%, I mean, what, 24 million, whatever, it's less than the 10%. So
Oh.
technically, it could just,
Yes. No, the board would have to approve, even an extra dollar in the adopted budget, the board has to approve. The 10% limit, you can't go above that. So like, let's say that.
Oh, I get it.
Let's say
Okay.
the federal government dropped us $100 million, we would not be able to make that change in the adopted budget, we'd have to wait till the new year. And to be clear, that law, you can make that change once the new year starts.
okay, I just
so-
want to make sure that there's,
Yeah.
and it would be good for everybody to understand what the process is and how we're going to prioritize it.
And I
'Cause
think.
like I say, I'm optimistic. I've never seen the legislature, once they put a number out there, go down. And
But
that's,
have you ever seen the
I'm not,
legislature shut down completely?
well, and I've never seen that either, and I think it's highly unlikely.
I-
And I'm not suggesting we approve
Yeah.
a 10.2. I'm just saying, I think we need to establish a process by
And
knowing that that's
I'll just
possible.
chime in, 10% or no 10%. Superintendent and I discussed just like as a matter of principle to just, there is additional funding that comes in, being able to provide like the plan on how we plan to invest that or the recommendations on investing that. I think the technicality I would keep in mind is if we can be informed before June 30th, that would be great. But if it happens to be after June 30th, then we would have to come and just work through that process. Yeah.
Right. So I want to be as optimistic, and I appreciate that the chair's been asking throughout our budget calendar if there's ideas, if there's amendments. We've been incorporating and listening as we go. I think people would be pleasantly, would be pleased. I think what we would try to put together as, an enhancement. What would be important to hear is, from the board as a whole is, what's an individual board member's interest or area to enhance versus a direction generally that a consensus of the board really wants us to prioritize towards the top of the list and to what level. And I think it's important to also talk about our current proposal brings us down to the 5%. Do you want to keep it there, or do we see monies coming to us? Do you want to tick that up a little bit? So just some conversation in those areas would be important to hear.
A very mundane example is what you brought up, Dr. Bermat, words in. Not that you're full of mundane examples, but something that's not exciting is our forecast shows that we tend to spend this much in substitute costs, and our forecast shows that we tend to spend this much in extended hours. Like, we can put the money there, or we'll have to put the money there anyways at some point in the year because our forecast shows that we're going to, we'll be exceeding our budget based on what we've done. So that I bring that up as an example to the fund balance as like, we could put some funding there, but at the same time, we know there's also other.
But the cost isn't going to go away.
Correct. Yeah.
And I'll go back to listening mode, but I just want to remark generally, we've heard from, our very passionate community members, and I can empathize with all the different areas that we're hearing, but this is what it looks like when public ed isn't funded at the correct service level. This is exactly what it looks like. Some areas get shorted or not supported to the level that we would like to see them at. So that is what we're contending with, is we had to make some choices to balance a budget and bring a proposal to you that would be viable. And so some areas are not at the level we would like to see them either. So we're hopeful that there is an enhancement, that our state leaders, move sooner rather than later. It would have been nice to have this information 8 weeks ago, so we could be having a different kind of conversation, so we could have a different kind of crowd here this evening, sort of, more excited about where Portland Public Schools is going to choose to make its investments. I hope we can still get to that point by hearing some good news.
Okay. I don't think we've put the motion on the table, so can I get a motion second to adopt Resolution
So moved.
6711? Director Constant moves, Director Green seconds. This is the Budget Committee approval of the 2023-24 budget and imposition of property taxes. Is there any final board discussion before we move towards a vote? All right, and we've already done public comment, so the board will now vote on Resolution 6711, Budget Committee approval of the 2023-24 budget and the imposition of property taxes. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Student Representative McMahon.
Yes, but expect an amendment from me.
Are there any abstentions? I love it. Resolution 6711 is approved by a vote of 7-0 with Student Representative McMahon voting yes plus an amendment. Next up, we have a budget amendment, and Chief Delgadillo is still here. Let me go ahead and put this on the table, and then I'm going to let you talk about it. Motion and a second to adopt Resolution 6712, Amendment Number 1 to the fiscal year 22-23 budget for School District Number 1J, Multnomah County, Oregon. This is the first amendment of the year.
Yeah.
That's crazy. All right, do I have a motion?
Motion.
Director
Second.
Hollins moves, Director Green second. Chief Delgadillo, anything you want to tell us besides the fact that like every other government's done like 2 or 3 of these already?
Yeah,
You know?
I think it's, the memo's so explicit, normal course of business, we get adjustments, there's additional funding. I think the big funding that came in is the state funding for the Harriet Tubman project. So that's like the biggest amount of funding that came in during the course of the year that we're recognizing, but all the other are like your routine adjustments.
Was there also a bond issuance?
Yes,
Okay.
and we also had a bond
That's the
issuance. Yes.
really big dollar
That's a
amount,
big
right?
one
The
too
state
as well.
funding is big, and then
400,
the
yep, something
bond,
million
okay.
dollars. Yep, yep.
What kind of interest do we earn on the 120 million? What kind of interest do we earn on that 120 million while we're waiting for relocation and the rebuild?
I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but
higher than it used to be.
It is much higher than what it used to be. And that interest earned goes back to supporting construction projects and those bond projects. Yeah.
It doesn't go back into the Tubman?
Well, it would go back into the Tubman. That's in
I mean, it's
referencing
not a restricted
bond.
account with
Correct.
the entrance?
Correct. It's that, yeah. It doesn't go to the general fund. Yeah.
So
But
wait,
does it go back to Tubman, or does it go back to, does it in the construction?
Goes back to Tubman.
Great, thank you.
Wait, so the state gave us money for Tubman. We're hanging on to it until we get there. We're going to make interest on it, and we get to keep the interest. We don't have to return it to the state.
Correct.
Sweet. I just asked that question because when I worked for AmeriCorps got in trouble for keeping interest they earned on education awards, but that's a federal government issue, so it's different.
Correct.
I just was like, wait a minute, let me.
Any public comment, Ms. Bradshaw?
No.
All right. The board will now vote on Resolution
Chair
67.
Scott?
Yes, ma'am.
Just a really local budget wonky technical question. I actually don't know the answer, but I want to raise it before you vote. You haven't recessed from the budget committee?
You're so right. Nice catch. We're no longer the budget committee. We're back to
Okay,
the school
thank
board.
you.
Do we have to put the motion on?
No.
Gary motioned, I second. Let's go.
It's a very technical thing, and you're right. We're not the budget committee. We're acting as the school board. The board will now vote as the school board, not as the budget committee, on Resolution 6712, Amendment Number 1, to all those things I mentioned before. All those in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
Yes. All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Student Representative McMahon?
Yes.
Are there any abstentions? Resolution 6712 is approved by a vote of 7-0, with Student Representative McMahon voting yes. We've done Jefferson. We are now on to policy rescissions. Director Lowry, what you've been waiting all night for.
I know, I'm so excited. Okay, so we have a lot of fun things tonight. We've got a first reading of a policy rescission. We're recommending that we remove some policies that aren't in need anymore. They're better suited for an AD. So that's coming to you from the policy committee. It'll be in the 21-day comment period. We have another second first reading, and I'm really excited about that. This is where we do a first reading, and then we either get public comment or people in the committee want to make changes, and so then we fix it, edit it, and then read it again for the first time. So this is our second first reading, so we're restarting the 21-day comment period. Recent input from users suggested that we need to further clarify complaints are not formal complaints about Division 22 topics, so it's just a clarifying language in the complaint policy. And again, this will be in the 21-day comment period, and the policy was first read on March 7th, and then we made changes, and we're back again. So we will vote on, both of these will be available for a second reading on the June 13th meeting, unless we make changes to them, and then we might have a third first reading and a second first reading. We'll see how we feel. The last piece of the policy thing is a second reading of policy revision. This is the community use of buildings facilities policy that was in a second first reading last meeting and now is in a first second reading. And so I'm going to turn it over to Chair Scott to move us through the vote on this community use of buildings and facilities. The change we made was just to to put back a paragraph we had removed the first time around.
Great. So do we have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 6709? Director Hollins moves, Director Green seconds. Any board conversation on this adoption of policy? Ms. Bradshaw, is there any public comment?
No.
The board will now vote on Resolution 6709 to adopt revised community use of school buildings policy 3.30.010P. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Student Representative McMahon?
Yes.
Are there any abstentions? Resolution 6709 is approved by a vote of 7-0, with our student representative voting yes. Board meeting calendar. Next, we have the board meeting calendar to approve for this coming school year. Do I have a motion and a second to adopt Resolution 6713, calendar of regular board meetings school year 2023-24?
Second.
Director Constam moves, Director Green seconds. Is there any board conversation about our calendar?
I just had a question. How come we changed it from work sessions to study sessions? Pardon?
So the answer from staff is that it covers both work sessions and study sessions.
When I looked up an OSBA, it looked like it could cover both how you use a work session or how you use a meeting where maybe you're presented information that you're not necessarily working through. Does that make sense?
Isn't that what a work session is? I thought a work session was when we didn't have action. I was just curious because it's the first time I've seen it. We had 1 year where we tried it.
We're going to park that
2018.
question, and
Is it just
do you
a
have any
change in
opposition to
nomenclature?
approving it the way it is?
No, I guess I was just wondering if it actually was a technical, like, we're going to be doing something different. But the answer is
It's using
no.
the same way.
Same stuff.
Great. So the board will now vote on Resolution 6713, calendar of regular school board meetings, 2023-24. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Student Representative McMahon?
What do you think, Frankie? Do you like it?
That's a thumbs up. Any abstentions? So Resolution 6713 is approved by a vote of 7-0, with Student Representative McMahon voting yes. And I do want to recognize Board Member-elect Patty Sullivan in the back. So now you have a calendar of dates you can put on your calendar, and you'll know when you'll be here. And I promise you, we are not going to be here till 11:30 most nights, right?
Midnight?
Consent agenda. This is the
9 o'clock.
latest meeting I've had this year, and
Going at
I'm
9 o'clock.
very disappointed in myself and all of us.
9
The board
o'clock.
will now vote on the consent agenda. Board members, if there are any items you'd like to pull for discussion, we'll need to set those aside for time next week. And Ms. Bradshaw, are there any changes to the consent agenda?
No.
Board members, any items you'd like to pull?
So I don't have something I want to pull, but I'm just going to note that
So
I'm
we'll
going
go to conversation in a second.
Okay.
Yep.
I
All
wasn't
right,
sure
so
when-
anything to pull?
You're
Okay.
quick on the draw. on
So
the vote.
do I have a motion and a second to adopt the consent agenda?
Motion.
Second.
Third.
Director Hollins moves. Director Green seconds the adoption of the consent agenda. And now, board discussion of the consent agenda. Director Brim-Edwards.
So I'm just going to, Superintendent Guerrero, I don't need to answer this evening, but we, in the contracts audit, there was a very specific recommendation around evaluations, and we have some contracts that those would apply to. So I'll send you the contracts, and if I can just get an answer. I just want to make sure that we're actually implementing the audit recommendations. Thanks.
The only other thing I will note is that there are dozens of children who have been waiting for our approval of their off-campus travel that are going to cheer momentarily when we finally release their field trip
Say no.
authorization.
Just say no.
With that, the board will now vote on Resolution 6704 through 6708. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
All opposed, please indicate by saying no. Student Representative McMahon?
Yes.
Are there any abstentions? The consent agenda is approved by a vote of 7-0, with Student Representative McMahon voting yes. The next regular meeting of the board will be held on
It's
June
also my last meeting.
13th. And that will be your
Yeah.
last meeting, right?
Yeah, the June 13th will be my
Yes.
last meeting.
Bring cupcakes.
And with that,
Everybody's got to come. I should have announced that during my student
are
report,
adjourned.
actually.